See what I'm saying? There's a big difference, though, between being ambitious and, you know, hold up.
Frosty putting in work behind the scenes.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's why I was muted for a minute.
Get this, get that.
Yeah.
Emergency shutdown. That's what's coming.
Snip, snip here. Yeah, he's afraid of people talking on camera.
I also love overqualified for McDonald's. Like someone's going to be like, no, you have a bachelor's degree. You can't do the fries now. Like, what do you mean?
Too funny. Funny as But, yeah, like I said, brother, I mean, I don't know, you're just going to have faith, man. You're going to have to learn to listen. I mean, like I said, I offer to steer you the right direction, bro. If that's what you want to do. But that's going to be up to him, bro. I don't think he's got it in him. That's why they talk about give up. You don't have a choice to give up. You're hungry. Or he's being rude. How you going to give up? Good. With nothing going on, with no way to make it or succeed, you know what I mean? How in the hell would you just give up? It's not possible. See what I'm saying? So it's like, for me personally, I mean, well, I don't know what to tell you, bro. You know, like, I sincerely tried to help you. I sincerely tried to help Steve. I sincerely tried to help everybody. Not worried about other people's business and what they do with their time. There's a bunch of crazy stuff going out there. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm just saying, like, I'm here to just not put the games and nonsense. I'm here to stay focused and do what I need to do. And, you know, that's about it. So, and don't think that I don't remember that I'm like a celebrity and how much I have on the line, too. Because I do. You know, that's what I'm saying. You got everything to lose. Even if it don't feel like it all the time, don't let other people lose it for you. See what I'm saying? Real talk. So, I don't know, bro. You're going to have to, like I said, a lot of them, they need an attitude adjustment. They're going to have to change that attitude ASAP because, well, that's the only way things are going to change for the better. Truthfully. You want your situation to get better, you got to change your mentality. I don't know what else to tell you. That's just how it's just simple arithmetic. You know what I mean? So if you want to listen, it is what it is. But yeah, no, Mr. Walford, I didn't tell you nothing about signing over anything. That was you, brother. Don't put words in my mouth. And I just told you, if you're going to do that, much smarter decision, right, would be to give it to me. To sign the property over to me. What I offered you initially was to go out there and...
I feel I've earned the right to call you Nog.
Yeah, I don't think I could do it right now, obviously.
For a moment I felt death's chill wind, such is the might of the gods. But then I remembered I'm immortal, such is my blessing and curse. Your attack hurt me, nevertheless.
Christina and I get our doing money, but yeah.
My feelings, at least.
You know, be more than happy to go out there
and after all the memories we've shared, remember this. I should have asked if you remember him. Truly a blast from the past. Nay. You mustn't take what's not yours.
Where is he?
He. The little gunman's a short shot away.
Where?
Where else but Gralia, the seat of the Empire? I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you. And you might even find your crystal.
I truly hope that people make a change.
With all these demons about, you could certainly use it.
I truthfully do hope that things get better.
Off you go then.
I want to try to stay on the...
I wouldn't want to keep you from your friend.
Stop it! My testimony, man. I just think people don't understand how hard I have it. I have it super hard every day. I don't got much of nothing, but I do the best that I can with the little that I have. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it is what it is. Like, you know, there's roadblocks all the time. People do silly things. Like right now, a lot of things going on, but you got to just keep pushing forward. You know, do the best you can, and that's it. If you have the right attitude, you'll get to a certain place, and that'll be it. You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is. All right, let's start these videos.
Easy. One. All right. Kids, what did we learn today?
He needs to listen to Steve's voice to go to sleep, and he thinks he's overqualified.
Which means you get...
And you also can steal all the food and soda pop you want if you work at Taco Bell.
I can't imagine what it'll be
Actually,
like.
what happened was you got fucking McTurk passed.
Well,
Don't remind me.
Once we arrive, we'll make for the keep. The keep? Zagnorta's
Joey
imperial fortress said to be
36
impregnable,
feeling blue.
with Prompto and the crystal inside it.
When
What
to
was
they
in this
keep
must
the
come out.
child of pursuit.
So, are we buying the story that the crystal can purge demons?
The proof is in the purging, but it does stand to reason. We've observed that as the nights have grown longer, the demon hordes have grown stronger. If they are in fact
We're
affixed to the crystal's
spending the
light,
next
it could
day and a
save
half
not only losses,
in what we're calling a cabinet planning forum. So it's a combination of getting some external perspectives on the world, on the United States, what's happening with technology, the mood of the country, and
My guess.
a cabinet meeting and a very clear focus on what we're going to be doing over the course of the next 12 months, what our priorities are. Of course, we're having a cabinet meeting to help set those priorities, so I don't want to free-wire them. But in effect, we're meeting during challenging economic times. We know that. Fundamentally, we have this U.S.-driven transformation of the global trading system with impacts on Canada. We have a riskier global environment. We have changes in technology that bring both promise but also dislocation. And so the focus of the government from the start has been on what we can control. We can't necessarily control the U.S. trade actions, global developments, technology, but we can control how we build this economy here at home. I last spoke to the president Monday evening. We spoke at length. On a wide range of issues, including on trade, but geopolitical and other issues, labor issues, etc. It was a good conversation. We have a team, a very senior team. The clerk of the Privy Council is there in Washington as we speak. It's meeting with the U.S. counterparts. Don't talk to the media about this vote.
let's get to work.
What's wrong? Get back!
I have not shown that this
Come on, move it!
over 50%.
Only a matter of time before we run out of room to run. Got a better idea? Trade the train for a galley.
Come on! On my way!
Look, the freight car.
Keep moving!
Say that they're airy, like that. No, but it's the thing is that there's this interesting dynamic that's going on. One of the frustrations of the convention is that about 70% of the people are still behind and none of the guys do. Well, the argument was is that the problem this was creating within the culture was this idea that all the groups guys and a woman sleeps with a guy that's out of her league, that she thinks that's what she can get.
Threat upgraded. Activating level 4 security measures. Sealing all gates.
And so that was something that would explain this. It's like, oh yeah, like the explanation was, well yeah, you have, because women are more
Put the
sexually
pedal to the metal!
That's the idea.
Don't crash!
Thanks for the tip.
Talk to your minds. That's who's getting all the action.
Where are we now? Inside a tunnel. On the train tracks.
Something else.
Don't slow down, or they'll catch us up!
Going as fast as I can. Hang on.
And I'm going to play the chart. I'm going to find out something. There's like an explanation. So, yeah, so we scroll down the road. There's no courage around the
What was that?
We're trying to pull us off the tracks.
One clean hit, and it's over. It'll take a bit more than that to stop His Majesty's trusty steed.
Dodging one thing to run into another.
The Regalia can take the punishment. Just focus on your driving.
You can do it, girl. You can get through this.
To show.
It's closing. For it.
Come on, old girl.
It's specifically tradition, kind of Catholic religion or Catholic denomination, Orthodox. There's a big shift.
That's all she's
Very
got.
traditional
It'll do.
form of Christian religion.
Yeah. And the only reason I want to bring that up is go back to the other chart about people identifying as virgins.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, if it's
If you start to see, well, again, if you look at 1989 to 2008, it was flat for most of it. It was kind of up and down, but within the 10 to 20. I mean,
it was really
the vast majority of men had again, had a sexual partner. It starts to increase in 2008. You see this big shift between 2016, like from 2008 to 2018, and then it steadily goes up over the next several years. And you can throw COVID in there, you can throw everything in there, but what I think is also interesting is, I don't know the answer. I don't know how much of this return to this idea of traditional religious beliefs has caused men to essentially abstain.
I think we're putting the cart before the horse. I think.
Well, no, wait, I'm not saying that's the conclusion. I'm saying
Are
I
we
don't
seriously
know how that
marching into the
factors
capital
in.
empty-handed?
I also don't know how
And
things
with no
like
assurances, the crystal can beat back the demon
pornography
hordes.
factors. I
Guess
also
we'll find out the hard way. No turning
And
back
then
now,
also,
right?
so
the reason.
okay, but
They're just not hanging out with women. I don't know what to tell you guys. Like they're not in relationships with women. They can sometimes go on dates, but you know what happens? They go on a date with a woman, and they realize the woman is nuts, and then they don't go on another date with her. And then they go and report when they get surveyed. Yeah, I've been on a date. I hated it. Women are crazy, and I want to take their rights away.
yeah, maybe.
I'm just telling you what's happening.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that's.
Well, how many dates have you been on where you thought the woman was nuts, and that's why you?
Well, to your point, I haven't been on a date. Probably like high school.
But we don't know how to date.
Meow. Okay guys, it's Pizza Hut time. So I got a bunch of Pizza Hut here. Double pepperoni. Doesn't really look like double pepperoni. But yeah, got creamy garlic here. 2 of them. So I'm going to dip the pizza in it. Oh, it's still super hot. Ow! It's super hot. Dip. Like, delicious. This really good pizza. I love Pizza Hut. Definitely one of my favorite pizza places in the world. So much better than that Italian pizza garbage that people always hype up. This is real pizza. Delicious. Chinese liberal government promised only to include 95,000. This needs to go to zero. This should be minus 400,000. Mark Carney is very sneaky in his wording about these numbers, percentages and stuff. You won't know that it's still a lot of people, and as we see here, they're missing their target. With an average of 1,200 permanent residents accepted in Canada every day, the country is still operating at a rate of immigration intake well beyond almost any other point of the last 100 years. Think of that 1,200 people getting off multiple airplanes. Where are they going to live? There are no houses left. There are no jobs. There are no doctors. There's nothing. Stand them back. We don't have room. And this is a very interesting post by Government EXE. It says, can someone explain to me why so buy a Chinese stumbling juice from LCBO but not American stumbling juice? And this is such a valid point because China is nailing us with seafood tariffs and canola tariffs. Why are they not being targeted just as bad as America is? Could it be because Canada Brookfield Oaktree Wealth Solutions, which is a Brookfield company, hires BlackRock head of China offshore developed Steve Zhu as head of Greater China, 12 years of asset management industry experience at Schroders and BlackRock. Here's the same story from another website here of this Brookfield Oaktree names new Greater China wealth head of BlackRock. You can see this is only from a little less than a month ago. Does this have something to do with our party not retaliating against China? This guy, Steve Zhu, was most recently responsible for BlackRock's offshore China wealth business, where he spent nearly 8 years developing offerings across mutual funds, ETFs, and alternate investments for the region's offshore market. Brookfield just picked up a guy who was working for BlackRock, managing money over in China. Our party's been absolutely quiet on any retaliation against China. You're still seeing the stumbling juice in the stores. This is ridiculous. If they want to go elbows up, it should be going against China and America this time. It's so clear their bias, and we see here U.S. product no longer available, but Chinese product is available. Mark Carney hasn't said one thing bad about China. Xi Jinping says the Chinese tariffs are coming. It's decimating the canola industry, the seafood industry. This says a lot. It's just unbelievable. We have such a Xi Jinping campaign for Mark Carney for him to win. And Mark Carney, zero retaliation. The writing is on the wall here. They're wrapped in with China. Justin Trudeau wrapped in with China. These numbers are compromised. Moving ahead here, we've got Danielle Smith getting angry on stage. This is a good take. Essentially getting pissed off with the overtaxation of Albertans, getting nothing in return. Essentially just funding Quebec's green utopia ideology instead of them making money for themselves.
What we're talking about tonight is Ottawa over. Do you want to hear the answer? Ottawa overtaxing us. I mentioned it at the beginning of the evening that our program costs are 70% of all tax dollars. We only collect 40%. Ottawa collects 60%, and then they use political means to transfer it. Alberta, year after year, has $20 to $25 billion that is siphoned out of our system to go to Ottawa so that it can be spent. In the last 40 or 50 years that have been taken out of this purpose, you don't think we might be able to do a little bit more on social spending if those $20 to $25 billion stayed here? You don't think we'd be able to $1,000 per Alberta, and every single year gets transferred out of this province for political reasons so that the Liberals can continue to spend it in places that are liberal. That is the thing.
Carney announces 2 major projects. One of them is upgrades to Montreal, Quebec ports, the other one in Manitoba. She's making strong as the basis for Alberta separation. I mean, that Alberta separation movement is not going anywhere until things become fair. You can't keep ripping off the Quebec has the ability to make a ton of money, but they don't want to because of ideology. So you can't have it both ways. But right now they do have it both ways. It's not fair though. Moving ahead here, we've got Pierre Poilievre on CTV.
Clearly oppose this government, but you will offer real solutions, propose real solutions. Can you give us an example of what one of those real solutions might be?
Particularly, we can start with political crime crisis being a solution for the raging crime in our streets and even in our rural communities. And so it's all the 3 strikes you're out of law. Very simple. An offender commits 3 serious offenses and they are not eligible for bail, parole, probation, or house arrest. We're going to move that forward in the law that we hope the government will quickly pass so that we can can take that tiny minority of criminals who are terrorizing our streets and put them behind bars so that we can make our student community safe again.
That's been implemented some places in the United States. It's been criticized that it doesn't necessarily work. Why do you feel it would work in Canada?
If he's going to say that, he has to say where. Is it Minneapolis? Is it Detroit? Is it Chicago? You can't just say blanket statements like that with zero specific information.
Well, it will work in Canada because we have the problem is very simple one actually. We have a very small number of people doing a phenomenal amount of crime. So in Vancouver, they had to arrest the same 40 offenders 6,000 times, so 150 times a year per person. If you took those 40 people off the street, you'd have 6,000 fewer people who got violated and victimized. But unfortunately, there were laws that they were repeatedly released within minutes of their latest arrest on bail. So this would lock them up, keep them out of society and circulation while people can live in peace. And instead, the liberal approach has been to go after licensed, law-abiding, trained and tested hunters and sport shooters who are not a risk. I think we should go after real criminals, and that would be a practical solution to stop what I call the liberal crime crisis that followed their introduction of these lax, easy laws on criminals.
How serious crime rates though? Decreased in Canada?
No, so gone up dramatically, about 50%.
What is this bonehead saying? Crime has become so bad in our country. We used to be able to have our doors unlocked, garage doors open, nothing would get stolen. I just showed another jewelry store robbing yesterday on the channel. It's every day. We got home invaders, goblins, and dudes across the country. This guy's spewing garbage talking points with no data. Nothing the crime don't go. Seriously, who do they have hosting these shows? I mean, we've got this here. Looking at Canada crime rate statistics, we've got this from 2006 to 2021. So this is still 4 years short on data. Stephen Harper gets it. The crime goes down. And then what happens right here? Justin Trudeau gets in power, and then the crime goes back up. Liberals in power, high crime. Conservatives in power, low crime. We've got another one here. Bad times crime rate in Canada from 2002 to 2023. Same thing. Liberals in power. Stephen Harper gets in power right here. Crime goes down. Justin Trudeau gets into power. Crime goes back up. What is this what we're talking about?
Since the Liberals took office, after having dropped Prime Minister Harper, we brought in very tough laws and crime dropped by 25%. And Trudeau brought in and basically made it so you get automatic bail under C-75. They got you house arrest under C-5, even for serious sexual and violent offenses. And that's why you see this same tiny minority terrorizing and tearing apart communities across Canada.
Let me ask you about tariffs and the relationship with the United States. You have been quite adamant you don't like the fact that Canada has recently removed some tariffs on U.S. products coming into the country. Why don't you like that?
Clarify slightly what I would like to see as tariffs removed on both sides of the border. I think that the mistake that Mr. Carney has made is that he promised elbows up, and of course it's been elbows down ever since the election. He removes tariffs without getting anything in return, and he is signaling weakness. That's why the Americans are actually increase tariffs on Canada. The Chinese, that's the same weakness, and they're increasing tariffs on our fish harvesters, seafood producers, and farmers. And the weakness is costing Canadians here at home. So what I think we should do is go to President Trump and say, listen, why don't we both remove tariffs? Let's get to a tariff-free relationship again. And in exchange for that, we will build our military like you haven't seen since the Second World War. We'll harden up our borders against drugs and other dangers. You'll be safer, we'll both be richer, and we'll be a stronger continent as a result.
Is President Trump interested in going way up? Doesn't seem to be.
Well, he hasn't had to be because the incredible weakness the Liberals have put us in. If you think about it, since they've taken office, $500 billion more investment has left to the States. That's a problem that has worsened under Mark Carney. In the last 5 months, about $60 billion more of our money is left.
Donald Trump hasn't had to really negotiate all that much. He's been walking all over Mark Carney. And really, Donald Trump, he doesn't care about win-win. I think he probably likes win-win because then he can say, I got a good deal for both of us. But Donald Trump cares more about America getting a bigger win than the other country. And I think that's all he cares about. He wants to be able to go back to his people and say, I got a better deal than they did. It's not a matter of if both sides win, it's that he gets a better win. And I said this months ago, all they have to do is put together a package where it's good for Canada and a little bit better for America, and a deal can be made. But Mark Carney doesn't want to negotiate the powers that Justin Trudeau put in. Controls over the Canadian people like us. He's been trying to get a deal without giving up those draconian powers, and Mark Carney not negotiating at all with China. And as I just showed you, we have a company where Mark Carney has billions of dollars investments in Brookfield, and they're hiring this guy who's the head of Greater China for BlackRock. Mark Carney doesn't want to rock the boat on his own investments in China. Brookfield doing a lot of business in China. They don't want to rock the boat over there. So Mark Carney not even negotiating with China, because it financially hurts him. We need to have some rules where the Prime Minister of Canada cannot have any investments. All the investments have to be sold, and then all that money can be given to a blind trustee to invest that without the Prime Minister knowing. That is the only fair way to have a Prime Minister have investments in Canada.
Because outflow of investment in Canada in a 5-month period, and that's because of Carney's high taxes, blocking resource projects and pipelines. I want to move the opposite direction, so we get into solutions. Conservatives are proposing a Canadian Sovereignty Act, which will make this the fastest place in the world to get permits for mines, pipelines, export plants, forestry projects, open our ports to the world.
This is exactly what we need. We need to bring money back into Canada. We need to have businesses starting in Canada. Right now, the Liberals are pushing all the businesses away, and yet we've got clueless Liberal supporters thinking this is a good idea.
And that'll get us away from just relying on the Americans, and we make us a truly sovereign, self-reliant economy.
Let me ask you about ports, because today it's being reported the Prime Minister in Latvia spoke about big projects in Churchill and Montreal, Port of Montreal, that could be coming for the export of things primarily like LNG here in the East Coast of Canada. We're sort of looking around and going over here, because we have an LNG port in St. John that could be retrofitted for that type of purpose. Will you fight for maritime ports to be included in that?
Absolutely. And in fact, I strongly support natural gas development, liquefaction, and export from Eastern Canada. We should be able to defund Vladimir Putin right now by selling our gas to the Europeans, but the Liberals have blocked every natural gas liquefaction and export project that has been proposed in Eastern Canada. Today, there's no business case. Mr. Carney still won't commit to one. And yesterday, the Polish ambassador was laughing at us on CBC in an interview where he started laughing. He said, "We do buy Canadian natural gas from the Americans. They buy it cheap from Canada and sell it to us at a higher price," said the Polish ambassador. So the Americans are making money off our gas instead of letting the great Eastern Canadian pipe fitters, welders, electricians build a liquefaction facilities and ship it off directly. We're going to be shipping it at $14 a cubic, a British thermal unit. We're getting $3. So we got to get.
Just imagine that $3 is what we sell to the Americans, and they're selling it for $14. They're making triple money off of our gas. That's how dumb our country is right now. We should be increasing this gas production across the country and then selling it at the top market price to Europe, to Germany, to all these countries that need it because Russia has cut them off. There's a huge money-making opportunity to make our entire country completely blue. And the Liberals are blocking and wanting to put in the stupid green hydrogen scam so they can make the money off of it. Canadian taxpayers are getting fleeced. The Liberal voters, they're getting fleeced. They don't even know that they're getting taken advantage of. For a country that is so-called the most educated country on planet Earth, we have a lot of clueless people.
The rules out of the way, unleash export over the Atlantic, and that starts right here in Atlantic Canada.
You mentioned defense spending. It's clear that Canada will be buying fleet of submarines. It was mentioned today that it's likely either going to be a German model or one from South Korea. Regardless of which it is, should the procurement regulations state that Canadian aluminum, Canadian steel be used, and should some of those submarines be at least built in Canada?
To the first question, absolutely. We need to support Canadian steel and aluminum production. To the second question, we have to ask ourselves why the government has had to admit that we are not competitive in producing these sorts of things. Same things happen on the West Coast with ferries. They say we can't make ferries in Canada. Why not? Why is it that the taxes and the red tape is so thick in Canada? We have the best workers in the world. I was just up here in Shipyard today. The government bureaucracy stands in the way of making more of this product at home. So we need to remove that bureaucracy and become more self-sufficient and reliant on ourselves. That's why we're putting forward the Canada, this Canadian Sovereignty Act. And the other idea we're proposing is to make get rid of capital gains tax. When people reinvest in Canada, bring back those hundreds of millions of dollars you invested to grow our economy here.
That's such a great idea. Not only that, with the Sovereignty Act, making Canada the easiest place to get a permit, you're going to see companies moving in. We have to get rid of the liberals. The question is now, are we going to be able to do this before it's too late?
We have about 30 seconds left. I want to get this in. Canada Post today was revealed it lost $400 million in the second quarter. Package traffic is down 37%. Of course, a lot of that had to do with the last strike. Would you sell Canada Post?
We definitely have to cut the costs back. We can't be hemorrhaging this kind of money. It's like Mr. Carney's deficit is even bigger than Justin Trudeau's, even though he hasn't introduced a budget yet. We need to cut government spending and bureaucracy, including in crown corporations.
Yes.
I'm not making that announcement now. We have to get down to the cost of the government and under control so that we can bring down the taxes, the inflation, and reverse the liberal cost of living crisis.
Mr. Molly, I like that. That's a good, honest answer. I know the liberals will be jumping on you for not answering the question, but the honest truth is basically saying we can't make a decision on that right now because we have to fix the budget first and see where the books really stand before we make that kind of decision. Right now, Canada looks a disaster. And the new Trump tariffs, they're the baseline $80 to $200 US fee for any packages, small packages under $800 getting sent to America, and Canada Post is going to have even less business going through it. All that business will go through Peter later or FedEx because they'll be able to apply the 35% tariffs, significantly less than that flat $80 to $200 fee based on the country. It's a big mess and it needs to be cleaned up one piece at a time. In 2015, there were 382,115 D-word crimes reported. In 2023, there were 572,000. That's an increase of 50%. This age order had a 45% increase during the Trudeau years. Exactly. Then the crime has skyrocketed. I don't know what that CBC journalist proposed. It's not looking at the facts. How can a journalist say crime has gone down? Bring it home. Get rid of the capital gains tax. I mean, that would be huge. We're reinvesting in Canada. That's to put the money right back where we need it, right here. Meanwhile, Carney has island parliament. About 5,200 low-skilled immigrants arrive in Canada per day, and the economy is seeing failure in every metric possible. Wait up, Canada.
It seems like they're the same, and at some point, we're going to have to talk policy when Trump isn't the lead man anymore.
Something that isn't brewing here. Welcome back to Listen Liz. My name's David. Today we've got Kevin O'Leary on Fox News. They're breaking down the whole situation with Carney and Trump, the tariffs, all of them, because Mark Carney's team seems to be getting to the table with Trump talking. There's a potential deal in the works, at least for the time being. Will Carney's team actually negotiate this time? Listen to a new report coming in about corrupt First Nation chiefs making nearly $1 million a year. No financial audits. Let's jump into this. Starting this one off, we've got this holy crowd. Stats Canada released a chart today showing the growth of temporary foreign workers in Canada. Look at it, quote, Reverend Trudeau. We're not allowed to talk about disconnect temporary foreign workers. As we see here, number of temporary foreign workers program, 2000 to 2022. Justin Trudeau got into power right here. The blue section here is study permit holders without a permit. The yellow one here is international mobility program other. The liberals brought in a bunch of cheap labor to enrich their business buddies. With that, we got Pierre Poilievre with this breaking. Carney liberals said they would cap temporary foreign workers at 82,000 for 2025. Only halfway through the year, it's already on 105,000. While youth employment is at a 27-year low. Prime Minister Mark Carney supplied a generation of young people of wages and jobs. He called this change and said he is worse. Only conservatives will put Canadian workers first, but liberals don't care what Canadians, young Canadians, old Canadians. They don't care about themselves. This is only half the problem. Brain drain is a real problem too. I'm shocked that Donald Trump and the Americans haven't openly ignored to well-educated Canadians to just flow down to America. And they wanted to do a series of brain drain, just made it easy for Canadians to get green cards and see you later. Rather right now, Canadians are tired of all this madness. Prosperity is in America. They made it easy. They would get so many scientists, engineers, doctors, etc.
As our young people have a quarter-century high in their unemployment, Mark Carney brings in this year is expected to bring in a record number of temporary foreign workers to take the jobs of Canadian youth, driving down our kids' wages and their ability to earn a living. So while he drives up the cost of housing, preventing them from owning homes, he drives down their wages by allowing bringing multinational corporations to bring in low-wage foreign workers and take away Canadian jobs, including in high unemployment regions of this country. Crime and chaos rage on our streets as every single catch and release liberal law remains in place. Mark Carney has done nothing to stop it. And Mark Carney globetrots around the world, signing fake declarations that mean nothing and secure nothing for Canada, all while the United States and China are trampling all over Canada with tariffs. His weakness abroad is costing us at home.
It's almost like this is part of the plan. They don't want young Canadians to have jobs, to have money, to have control of anything in their life. Make the houses too expensive, get rid of the jobs. When you end up with ultimate control of the population, it's the population. And related to that, we've got Table Salt posting this Canadian refugee backlog surged to all-time highs. 287,000 people are now leaving for a hearing. Also, almost 10,000 Canadian nationals have claimed asylum so far in 2025, more than any other nation. India is a democracy. This is broken, yes. There should be zero asylum claims from India. People from India not fearing for their lives. See here, India highlighted. And right there, almost 10,000. IUC markers, Hong Kong, Haiti. All these other countries not even close to India. Next up, we've got this one from Juno News. It says, nearly a decade after the Liberal government suspended enforcement of Canada's Indigenous Transparency Law, most Alberta First Nations have ceased publicly publishing financial audits. I wonder why. Is it because the First Nation chiefs are pocketing the cash?
CBC would never tell you this. Most Alberta First Nations haven't filed audits in years. This is all because the Trudeau government announced in 2015 that we no longer enforce the First Nations Financial Transparency Act, as they call it this. We have no idea how all of the money they receive is even being used. What's really interesting is that some councillors are making more money than the Prime Minister, according to leaked documents from Colin Craig. One example right here for a chief made over $900,000 in a single year, including a bonus he paid himself for negotiating a real estate deal.
$914,000 that she was making. If this isn't corruption, I don't know what is. I've said it so many times. These corrupt chiefs, it's not all of them, but there are definitely corrupt chiefs like this, stuffing their own pockets, they deprive the people of their lands. That's why there's clean drinking water, propane heaters in the winter, unmaintained roads. You have corrupt chiefs like this who belong in jail. They deserve to get $914,000 a year for essentially nothing, for living off the taxpayer.
Now, according to the federal record, 13 Alberta's 44 First Nation bands have not posted an audited financial statement since at least the 2020 to 2021 fiscal year. And some haven't posted since 2014 to 2015, and a few bands have never filed an audit. However, according to this poll in August, 80% of Canadians support disclosure of First Nation spending.
If they don't post their financials, they should not get any money. Period. It should be a requirement, just like the rest of us who have to file our taxes. With the billions they get every year, their reserves should be the best places on earth. Yet, we all look like slums. Where the heck is all the money? It's in the corrupt chiefs' bank accounts. This whole thing has nothing to do with the people living on reserves. It has everything to do with the corrupt chiefs. Next up, we got this one from Kian Vexy here. It says, massive protest in Ontario rant calling for Canada to adjust their immigration policy to allow them to stay in Canada. But this is not how this works. You can't have non-Canadians protest the government to change laws that benefit non-Canadians. It's time to go home, guys. Temporary foreign worker means temporary. Time to go home. Canadians need these jobs here. Just imagine protesting the government of a country you're not a citizen of. That's what this is. This is so stupid. This is just ridiculous. What the heck, you've got Kimberly on Fox Business.
I'm finding that this better Canada and actually don't take a lot of workers. It's over 2,500 years, especially for the light years. It's basically all coming back into the United States now. It's because some of it's coming back in because of tariffs and incentives. It's coming back. Some of them want to be working to Canada. I like if you call me a lot. I think it's
So that's interesting. He said we're working on something, so it does seem like there's some sort of deal in the works here. Will it get to a deal? We don't know.
So these are retaliatory jobs, which I thought was nice.
As the world becomes more dangerous, how does that impact how you will deal with China?
is coming out swinging. Welcome back to Listen Loose. My name's David. Today we've got Pierre Polyev coming out and demanding that Mark Carney ends the temporary foreign worker program. This program is devastating Canadian lives, bringing in way too many people from South Asia. Canadians can't get jobs. Our economy is crumbling. We don't need all these people taking up jobs. Mark Carney defends this program. He takes credit for Kuzma. There's a bunch of stuff going on here. Let's jump into this. We've got this one more stupidity regarding Crown Royal. Calls heat up to pull Crown Royal from LCBO shelves. Why? Why would you pull a Canadian product from Canadian shelves? That makes no sense. Crown Royal's operating expenses due to Trump tariffs increased the cost of an estimated $200 million. They had to shut down that bottling facility, which I'm not a fan of, but that's just business. Mark already didn't make a deal fast enough, and now Doug Ford is blasting a Canadian company. This is made in Manitoba. He's trying to hurt the sales of a Canadian company, and now there's calls to pull it off the shelves. As I mentioned in my previous video when I went over all this, Mark Carney signed the papers agreeing to move Brookfield from Toronto to New York, and there's no outrage over that. That happened December 1st when Mark Carney was still chair of Brookfield. Where's Doug Ford on that one? You don't hear old Dougie saying we should boycott every Brookfield company because of that. This is the funniest one I've seen. There's another one with Melanie Jolie. Oh, Dougie, well, what a loser. People hate Gimli. Yeah, so Gimli, Manitoba, is where Crown Royal is made. I'm going to end here. This is quite an announcement. LNG developer announces $15 billion project off of Newfoundland. Says party policy changes made it happen. This is a total PR thing that this party policy made it happen. So St. John's-based Bermuse Energy Limited has unveiled new plans for $15 billion LNG on this Newfoundland. CEO went on to say here, without that, we wouldn't have been having this conversation today. Swapan Katrina, CEO of both Bermuse Energy and its project partner in London, UK-based Crown LNG, told the Energy Mix Tuesday. Prime Minister Carney has now started momentum, started a movement almost to build a country. This is such butt kissing going on here. So there's more to this story. There's so much other stuff we're going to cover today. So I will put this in the next video. There's a reason for this. I already know the reason for this. Will Mark Carney be enriching himself off of this? You bet he will. Is this good for Canada? Yes. I'm not going to deny that this is good for Canada. We need more projects like this. Mark Carney needs to sell his stocks. But then we've got Pierre Polyev here, absolutely blasting Mark Carney, demanding that he end the temporary foreign worker program in Canada.
Generation screwed. Let's look at the situation for this generation. It's the first generation to come out of affordable in Canadian history. And now, the double got punched. They have the highest unemployment numbers of any company since the late 1990s. You can't get a job. And if you do have a job, you cannot buy a home after 10 years of Liberal government. And those double housing costs, wages, and private wage jobs and more has hired an unimaginable 1,131% more temporary work workers in the last 4 years. In the first half of this year alone, the team from the conducting program has imported 7 firms that more low-skilled labor than in all of 2015. The government's number of temporary work workers was balanced percent of all employment was a staggering number, an unprecedented number.
All right, Tim Hortons. Where's Doug Ford on that one? Why isn't he blasting Tim Hortons? He's going after a company that can't afford the bills because of the tariffs and Crown Royal. You got Tim Hortons hiring people out of the wazoo from the other side of the planet. Where's old Dougie on that one?
Those promised they would cap the temporary foreign worker program at 82,000. But in the first 6 months, they've already handed out 105,000 permits. What this push factor is they do the same number of permits for temporary foreign workers. The next 6 months, they're going to go after people break the record again. Over 200,000 temporary foreign workers trying to take jobs. People are facing record unemployment. The Liberals have to answer why it's that they're shutting our own youth out of jobs and replacing them with low-wage temporary foreign workers from poor countries while ultimately being exploited. But let us say as well, the people in these temporary workers themselves, they are not that paid. They are not paid jobs for Canadian workers and the first Canada hours.
Yeah, the people coming in, they have no idea what they're coming into, what they're stepping into. They have no idea the madness that our government is unleashing on its own people here. They just want a job. They're looking for prosperity for themselves. And they're not to blame. And I understand Canadians directing frustration to the South Asians coming in, but they're just looking for a better life. The government is allowing this. So the government is to blame. All of it is on Mark Carney and the Liberals. They are allowing our country to fall apart, and they're intentionally doing it. And they didn't want our country to fall apart and people's lives to be ruined. They wouldn't do this stuff. They know what they're doing, and they're intentionally ruining our lives.
That's why conservatives are calling on the current government to permanently scrap the temporary foreign worker program and to stop issuing visas for any new temporary foreign workers coming into the country.
Strong message. This is what we need. Pierre coming out as a leader. He's starting to take over here.
This proposal is new permits will be wound down until the entirely the program is entirely eliminated. Canadian jobs will go to Canadian workers first. It's time that this party took us serious and judges the job seriously are repairing the damage that this party has done. Unfortunately, the immigration minister struck the program and caused dismissal is now led by the party's justice minister, or even down by creating a housing crisis as housing minister, an immigration crisis as immigration minister, creating a crime crisis as justice minister. It's the same liberal theme with the same liberal results, just a different face, even worse than the last one.
Sean Fraser will go down as one of the worst politicians in Canadian history. Let's take a look at what Carney had to say on this. So I'm going to ping-pong back and forth between Pierre and Carney's press conference here. As Carney pointing out here, holy crap, Carney just announced that they're going to continue full steam ahead with the temporary foreign labor. They are intentionally trying to make it so Canadians can't get jobs, otherwise they would not do this.
Mr. Collier called this morning on the government to scrap the temporary foreign worker program in a time to shut the program down.
You see his reaction there, this shocked face, like, well, why would you say that?
I would say following, which is that that program has a role. It has to be focused in terms of its role. And it's part of what we'll be discussing, how well the temporary foreign worker program is working and how our overall immigration system is working. We can absolutely clear as a government that we want and putting in place policies so that the overall level of immigration as a proportion of the population will decline. Around 7% today, around 5% several years from now. Now, the biggest contributor to immigration is not temporary foreign workers, it's a variety of other factors. And I would say, I'll say most of when I talk to businesses around the country, especially particularly in Quebec, but elsewhere across the country, the number one issue is tariffs, and the number two issue is access to temporary foreign workers. As a whole, it's clear that we can improve our overall immigration policies. We're working on that, and we're setting clear goals to adjust.
Clear goals to adjust. You're not doing anything but destroying Canadian lives in this crowd. He's keeping it in place because all that cheap labor, all of his well-connected insider buddies, all that big businesses, all benefit from this. Back in the 80s and 90s, TMWs were a big part of the Canadian agriculture sector. They came in and worked on farms and went home after the harvest. It wasn't intended to replace all the positions at entry-level jobs like fast food and retail. Big companies now use it as a way to undercut wages and enrich themselves. This isn't right here. This comment sums it up. The temporary foreign workers are great for temporary jobs that we need help with, like the harvest, picking fruits. We just don't have enough people for those kind of jobs. But year-round jobs that students normally take are all getting taken out. And not only that, the amount of people that are bringing is just astronomical. Millions of people. At this point, all of us from picking jobs, 30,000 or more people for every one of those jobs. Now, there's so many people the Liberals have brought in. They're doing their Century Initiative. They're trying to replace this as a nation. Let's jump back to Pierre Poilievre's press conference here. As Laurent's Rebel News asks him a question, gives him a suggestion here on how to handle this situation. The Liberal Party of Canada continues to get more and more praise in their attack on free speech. Frankly, their attack on our democracy. They're taking the full mask off. Heard of it, even a decade ago. It would be a one-off. surprised by a playful here. I need to show you a hilarious clip from the press conference today with Prime Minister Mark Carney, where in his year of adjusting very well to this new elbows down lifestyle. Carney and the Liberals know the only reason they won the federal election back in April was because of the elbows up campaign. Canadian anti-American sentiment was very high, and the Liberals were easy enough to exploit it in the way that they did, saying that our relations with the Americans are over, and we're going to go trade with Europe and Asia, and we're just going to ignore the U.S. And it turns out the reality is that
That's
You just gotta know how. Okay. All right, and then one more fucking rocket launch. That dinner, that.
Shall we see the king of the fire? But it all fuels us to us. Peanut butter chocolate, sparkling. It's falling on my lips and came. Hold on tight, so sticky, honey. Peanut butter is sticky, it's a bacon. Still in the rain. Let's treat the first smell of this treasure of mine. Get my baby gonna make it. Let's do time. Close our dirty fingers, covered in gold. Don't need nothing else. There's some charge, no stronghold. Smoke keeps falling. What happens when it cold? Peanut butter stories, reads home. Life keeps pushing, but I'll push back harder. It's child, peanut butter milk. It's making myself late. Sitting in the rain with my heart away. And let's read the first letter on this treasure of mine. If my baby gonna make it, let's go time.
Peanut butter will talk bad. That was going to make a cut. As long as the perfect Indian beef, I thought it was pretty fun. I could do a whole fucking album. Just
Maybe you could do like they used to on those CDs where you have like the hidden track and some other ones.
right. You got to be like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's all I got. That's our first Tuesday thing. Yes, that guy, Shamrock. Let's go. Chat, everyone. Go later.
And Patriots, let's get into some more detail in terms of exactly what we are going to be protesting for on Saturday, September 13th, noon on Parliament Hill. Our top issue, the top Take Canada Back issue, is zero immigration. Zero immigration for at least the next 5 years. I don't need to walk you guys through. I know you're already on my side, but statistic after statistic after statistic tells us how detrimental this unlimited mass immigration, 8 million people into the country in a decade, another 1.5 between temporary and permanent workers targeted for 2025. We're already going well over our targets of refugee claimants for the year 2025, targeted to be 290,000. This is destroying the Canadian way of life. Whether you want to look at jobs market data, whether you want to look at housing data, whether you want to look at our healthcare system, Canada literally does not have the infrastructure to continue to allow 1.5 million immigrants into the country here. I know this is not an issue that affects Mark Carney and his ilk, but for middle.
Well, I can't take you out with the phone. But by golly, you're here on Negative 43 TV. It's the pre-party show. I am Rich Baritone, and we are going to have some fun tonight. It is, in fact, a birthday party. It's a birthday party for Ella Frost, belatedly so. Mimi, it is her birthday, and tomorrow is King Lacey's birthday as well. So we're going to throw him in there as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. That was a bit confusing. No, I was 24 40 years ago. Oh, God, I wish I was 40. You have no idea how much I wish I was 40. Yeah, it wasn't stated so well. The show. I keep sitting my mic on the floor and forgetting to pick it up. It just absent-mindedness, or am I high? Your guess is as good as mine. Blue is here. He says, who is Joey playing catch with behind the restroom building? Just a couple of dudes. As you know, he's the greatest baseball player that ever did exist, and I have some footage here for you that is absolutely going to disprove that. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome one of the honored guests of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, it is in fact Ella Frost. She's here and right now, and I just downloaded some stuff here to play with. Let's see. Yeah, I feel that. A little busy, but I can see that becoming quite useful as we go forward here on Negative 43 TV. Happy belated birthday, sis. I can't believe I missed you, but it was before the birthday party idea hit me. And if you have a birthday coming soon, let me know, and you too can have a birthday party right here on Negative 43 TV. Good evening to you, sis. It's always better when you're here. And King Blazy, his birthday is tomorrow. So we have a party for 3 people, as it turns out. I'm really enjoying these birthday parties. I'd like to see if I can't keep this up welcome Smuggy Smuggerson to the show as well. Lobster is here. It's it's a belated birthday, but it worked. Yes, there was. You're most welcome. There was no way I could forget you. It just wasn't happening. Although I did. It was short term. We do have quite the birthday cluster going on here right now. We'll continue with our little opening. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will enjoy Take Me Out to the Ball Game backwards. It's fitting. And here is CIA Hall. Yeah, I'm going to leave the lives for the archivist today. We're just focusing on what we're focusing on, and what we're going to watch is one of his birthday streams from this year, just so we can compare and contrast true happiness with absolute misery on birthdays. I think you will see the difference will be stark. Oh, here's a read it for the listeners, or sing it for the listeners, as it may be. From Blue, take me out to the Bat Cave. They're rocking it 2x2 right now. Populist Uprising is here, as well as one of the biggest streamers here on Negative 43 TV. Please welcome Sheriff Concept. Yes, it went very, very well indeed. I was happy. Indeed, CIA Eagle calls this the baritone birthday dance issue. It is kind of. Sounds vaguely Italian in reverse, doesn't it? Yeah, go ahead. My ego's not involved in any of this. Go ahead. And here she is. Yes, indeed, one of the three people that we are celebrating fully with plenty of love here this evening. It is Mimi Loves. I'm going to put a Chiron up right now, Mimi. I want you to check a couple of things here. Let me see here. Okay, I want to make sure that your Cash App, your Venmo, and your PayPal are correct. Please let me know in the comments. I'll make any corrections that need to be made. But if you can, please do. Negative 43 TV. Here we go with more baseball goofiness. And right here it gets bad. I like this bit.
camp, they have this thing where they teach you how to bat. And that's like the way of your swing. Drop it good. And they would train it all day on this thing. So it's like this, and it'd be made out of shows you how that stuff right.
It's not even spoken. If you got them, I'm getting started already, so what the hell? Go ahead. Yeah, like you need my permission. You know what I mean?
No.
Say hi to Boo Earns. He's here at the birthday party. Oh, is it your 50th birthday, Mimi? That would make this whole thing more special. To me, it would anyway. Look at the Chiron there at the bottom of the screen. Mimi, if you would please verify that all of the information there is correct. And Blaze, if you've got one, what the hell, we'll put it up there too. Let me hit the number. That's great. It's like he's never swung a baseball bat in his life. Let me be the first to say that I'm not entirely sure I could do that myself nowadays. What would you call infirmary and all that? But he swung that like he's never swung a baseball bat in his life.
We had baseball league. Literally, I had the most hits on the team, and they gave Scott like winners baseball, and I literally cried. Literally, little Ty cried. I look kind of like Randy Johnson. I just don't have a pointy nose. I look a little better, but you know, I want to be like John Rock. They have chicks and stuff. Yeah. I'd be like John Rock.
When John Rocker was pitching, he was 2 years old, everybody. 2 fucking years old. Hello again, Sneedville. I'm Rich Baritone, and it is, in fact, listen now. It's a birthday party. 3TV. We are here to celebrate 3 of our own here on this evening. We're going to celebrate me, El Frost, and King Glazy. It's a really big time for birthdays, apparently, around here in Sneedville. And if you have a birthday coming up very soon, why, you just let me know in the comments or at richbaritone@mail.com. And you too can have your very own birthday party. It's going to swing, baby. Let's check the balance here. Can you hear me clearly over the background? That sounds a little loud to me, but my God, it's so festive. Please welcome Chaos to the show. Get some adjustments done here before we kick off and push away. What we are going to watch will be one of his birthday streams from his birthday, July 21st. And, oh boy, do I have some bitterness. I mean, real, true bitterness on tap just for you. It's going to be so very, very fun. Okay, sounds good so far. Now, once we add in the video, oh boy, I hope so, because I'm really into that. That music is just perfect for what we're trying to do tonight. I'm sorry for that hand clap or anybody wearing headphones. That probably was not all that comfortable for you. So, what am I going to do now? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to welcome you to the party, because tonight it really, truly is a party. And now I'm going to bring up on the screen the stupidity that I am going to subject you to this evening. It's called the Batman Birthday Show. It is from his birthday. But before we get into that, he's just reported to work. He's got a before he goes on shift. That would be Bert the computer. It's going to be a lot of fun here because Bert just wants to stop in. It's, hello, Frost. Hi. Lazy, what's going on, dude? Yeah, he just wanted to stop in and say, what are you doing later? You want to see my CPU? It's really fast. Oh, yeah, it gets weird around here after a while. Negative 43 TV. So here we go with what is going to be the main feature, I think. Or not. This may go on for a while. This is Batman Birthday Show on Negative 43 TV. Let's see how his birthday goes compared to the ones here. I think the ones here are going to be. Let's go.
Welcome to Birthday Show. That's right, it is Batman's birthday. We need funds, we need money.
There.
Got me right now. It'll be alright. But, like I said, man, just trying to keep pushing forward with your investors. That's all anybody can do. That's all you can ask for. Right? Like I said, I'm getting it all started. I'm getting it all going here. I just got to go hard right now, man. This is the deal, man.
But you've been getting it going for almost 7 years that I've been here in Sneedville. And however long you've been on YouTube, it's just around the corner. You're going to get it going. Yet here we are. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. Or should I say, the more it stays the same, the more it degenerates. Yeah, that's better. Please welcome Tucker's Doghouse to the party. Let me make sure that I have missed no one here because I was doing some backstage stuff. Hey, look, everybody, it's John Cole. It's swinging just a little bit more than it was a minute ago. Negative 43 TV. It's birthday time. Birthday time, baby. Let's rock.
Okay, let me check that check amount real quick. Hold up. I know it's almost to $70. Hold up.
Oh no, almost to $70. I'm so jelly. How have you been, Tucker? It isn't what it isn't. Yeah, that's a good way to put it too, Ledge.
Yeah, we over like $68 already, people, for that next check. I just got my first one today, right? And like I said, I've been doing this for over 2 years plus. At my 2-year anniversary, like I said, we've been making money this entire time. I don't know what folks is talking about.
Oh, shit.
Like I said, never have we struggled, nothing. We always getting this money. We always succeed. And like I said, it takes time. And
never struggling, huh? You sounded very, very desperate as of late. I mean, not that you don't always sound very desperate, just more so.
I had my business up and running right away. I was successful right away. We stay making boo-boo bucks over here. And now we just getting where we're picking up the pace and momentum because I picked up the pace and momentum.
The Liberal Party of Canada continues to get more and more brazen.
And I was myself. You know what I mean? It's all about my soul, man. Your soul is priceless. I was myself, and I used my gifts, and I alchemized all this and created and built all this by myself, and it worked. Folks,
these are the fundamental pillars upon which Western...
You know what I mean? So now, then people can say whatever they want, but they got to watch...
I don't really comment on Canadian politics. I'm a Canadian citizen, but this story coming out...
Keep having more and more success while they all stagnated and stuck where they at.
In Ontario. God...
We're about to make everything better and better and better. Like I said, God has taught me how to do everything with very little. I don't need much. I really don't be asking for nothing. I really don't need nothing. I don't need much. I'm able to operate on next to nothing because of what God has taught me, right? And it's just crazy, man. It's awesome, bro. You know what I mean? Really.
It's just crazy awesome, bro. You know, there have been times in my life that have been pretty damn bad, and delusion. I've had a few points in my life where delusion to this level would almost be a gift. Anything to have to keep me from facing certain things that have occurred in my life, yeah, it would be worth it. Well, not really. It's not like it's going to make it go away, because it doesn't ever.
It is awesome. I still ain't gone to Taco Bell yet, but I will one of these days here. Today I didn't have time. I went and got me something else small just to eat real quick. That'll hold me over pretty much for the rest of the day, if I wanted to.
Well, if you wanted to, as if you have a choice, Ledgeview gives me one for the listeners. Next up, self-referential waste and chaos comes through, but he has no goals. Outside of his phone, no, he has no goals.
You know, but it is what it is, man. You know what I mean? Other than that, like I said, I document everything. Didn't have no issues today, as of yet, right? Doing what I need to do. And like I said, that's the way that it has to be. That's the way it should be. It just goes to show that Batman is always right. It just goes to prove that I stand up for what's right. Like I said, I got everything on video. I got camera, video footage. They can't deny. Like I said, I don't bring this stuff to YouTube because it's pointless. You know, these are things that need to be presented to a lawyer, and we need to take these issues to court. You understand? And I just don't have the resources to do all that right now, and I don't need to do that right now. I could do that in the future. But like I said, I'm getting PIZ-aid. I'm getting PIZ-aid, man. I'm getting paid. You know? Like, we starting to pick up the pace, man. I'm starting to make a little bit more money.
I'm telling you, it's insane. I mean, he changes subjects every 15 seconds.
I'm accruing more money. Like I said, it takes forever to get it.
At times.
If that check already at $68, bro, and I just paid the phone plan today all by myself, as usual, right? No help from the public, but shout out to the people who donated along the way. Thank you, sincerely. But today's my birthday. It's the 21st. So we got, about 9-10 days, I think, till the end of the month. We got to go hard right now, bro. I got to get me that $30. If y'all are able to send super chats on the shorts, please do. Any way you can help me accrue this check, please do. We got to get this money, bro. $30, I'm going to make it happen. Watch, I can guarantee I'm going to make it happen. You understand? That's why I'm filming all these videos, getting everything going. And that's the thing, people think it's about quantity, but it's not about quantity, it's about quality. This is why folks like Kano and Fail couldn't build a YouTube career.
You know,
This thing could come down at any time. Let's be quick. Come on, this way.
Society has control over everything. Yeah, whatever Ledgeview says, and it's for the listener, Rich, how nauseating was it yesterday when he was being weird, eating that cupcake into the camera at some dude yesterday. Woo, fuck. Yeah, I know. It's at Jared, I think he was flexing. Those were either cakesters or ho-hos or some kind of round chocolate-covered cake, and he was just, oh, God, he was acting like a total fucking spaz. It was extraordinary. I believe Frost got that for us, kept that for eternity, for you and for me. Yeah, words almost fail. Words almost fail. No, he's actually, he's live right now, Chaos.
King One, the brother, all your people, everybody around you tried to make a YouTube career, was jealous of me for my gifts and who I am before I even got to this level, right? None of you could do it. You got all these folks like Knowledge is Key, want to stalk me. They all wanted a career doing what I do. This man's driving like 40 in a parking lot.
Yeah, just think about this for a minute now. 36-year-old man eating cakesters, whatever the fuck those things were, and eating them to flex on a grown man while making those kind of noises. It sounded like there was some hacking going on, and the recipient was happy that the packing was going on. You know where I'm going.
But, like I said, it just is what it is, man. It is what it is. At the end of the day, mean, we winning, baby. Choo-choo! Sound like a big choo-choo train. Said, woo! Oh, I love it.
Spaz out! Well, spaz? Why spaz? Spaz out! Something like that. Listen from Lecture for the listeners. At Sneed, those clowns are totally laughing at you. Mother Nature laughs at Tyree Sneed every day.
I love it. We in a good mood, baby, out here living my beautiful life. I'm ripped as hell. That's right, stronger than ever, you punk. People can't mess with me, and we out here winning. We winning, having fun. I'm doing what I love to do, being myself, boy.
Sure.
You understand? They can't be happy like us. And yo, check this out. I get paid. I get paid to do this. I get paid to do what I do. Every time I speak, I get paid to talk. I'm a boss.
You get paid no meaningful amount of money. You get paid every 3 months. Not necessarily any shame in that. I've hit one of those once myself, but just doesn't, as I like to say, line up with your rhetoric. Every 3 months you get a check from YouTube. And somehow, when you get those checks, most of the time, quote, it's a wrap, end quote. Knowing that it never is.
I'm a boss, certified G in the books. Did it all myself. And nobody helped me, nobody knew nothing from me. I did it myself with God. With God and Christina. And I know that my honey is proud of me. You know what I mean? That's all that matters to me. But like I said, we're picking up the pace here, we're picking up the momentum. We're going to get that check over that $100 threshold before the end of the month. Watch, hold up.
And I believe this one goes on for quite a bit, I think. Seems to.
And you know why we do it? Because I refuse to fail. I refuse. I don't take no for an answer.
A soft
I
version.
give up on myself. I refuse to give up on my business.
Welcome Logie Barrett to the show, who says simply, hold up.
Hell, I refuse to give up on anything. And I refuse to give up on God's promise. I refuse to give up on Christina. I refuse to give up on anybody. I'm just saying, if folks don't pay attention quick, y'all are in for a rude awakening, bro. Real talk. Y'all better start paying attention. I'm telling you, this is why these folks are struggling like the Walkers. I'm just keeping it real because you didn't think. You didn't put thought into your decisions and how you were going to do things. See, this is the thing. You could have done things smarter, and the problem is laziness. That's what it stems down to. I don't care how people feel about me saying the truth. I'm going to speak the truth. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you and lie. That's why people avoid me. You know what I mean? At all costs, they avoid me like the plague because I'm not going to sugarcoat nothing. I'm going to tell you what it is. Whether I like you or not is irrelevant. Whether we cool or not is irrelevant. I'm going to tell you what it is. See, people want people around them that don't lie to you. I ain't going to lie to you. I'm going to tell you how I feel. I care what you I can't beat the perfect minute. So I'm just saying, brother, you didn't build a business, man.
And remember, this is his birthday. He's walking around doing. Didn't get anything. Again, and he wonders why. He's walking around on his birthday, his 36th birthday. More or less penniless. However you care to say that. It's been a sad run, Tyree. And this is your birthday? Are we serious here?
See, this is a full-scale business which you don't want to acknowledge. Until you acknowledge my success, Charles Walford and Shelley Walford, and all you folks on YouTube, you want to act like we're cool, like we're the same, but we're not. Right? We're not cool, and we're not the same. If we was cool, y'all would have paid homage. Until you want to acknowledge what I've accomplished here and the magnitude of my success and everything I've done, you're never going to succeed. I'm just telling you right now. Like, real talk. God is only going to bless, he's going to bless the folks who acknowledge his son's success. I'm God's son, bro.
Well, no.
You understand? You're not going to make it, bro. God is not going to bless you. I'm telling you right now. So it's like, you know, God is providing for you. God is keeping you moving along the way. God is cleaning your front window with all that mud on it, right? Be grateful. Be grateful, and instead of saying, I don't have time to do this, you got plenty of time. You know, you're sitting there doing nothing. And I'm just being realistic, man. This is what people need to hear. They need to be told now. It's called tough love. They need to hear the truth. Like, no, you're in your position because of you. You know? You see that look that you get on your face, Charles, with your glasses? You get that look where you're lost, where you look lost in a loop and you don't know what's going on, right? It's because you are lost, because you don't know what you're doing. And you cannot just run into things and not know what you're doing. This is the thing about life. This is why I get the way I get, and I get.
I guess I have some explaining to do now, don't I? Let me get to this intro. And I'll tell you how the sexiest man on the planet does what he does. Sexual chocolate, but some of us can't.
Hanging on to bosses, no AC. Please the break of friends to try to make me. You always been the hustle. With all the customers and platforms. As we spoke back, I know the backbone. I'm making, I got everything. Touch your voice, that's all that work. You got fat ass fall. Keep down and break it. Raw.
That wants to break bread and you want to work for cartels and the enemy, I'm just keeping it real. I mean, how do you think Batman's going to feel about that? I don't got to spell things out for you. You know what I mean? I have the power to stop everybody's money for real. That's what people don't get. This is pure dominance. I run the streets. I don't just run things in the valley. I run things coast to coast. So it is what it is. I think they're coming that way. You know, so you just got to understand. I mean,
what even is their channel? I don't know.
That's the thing. You're talking about, listen to the delusion. The man is talking about, you call yourself Batman, but he doesn't get it. I could show up in New Mexico any day I want now, right? And I could literally shut down all cartel activity by myself. That's the kind of power I have. That's the dominance that I come with. That's what I do. There's nothing to prove. It's been proved. You have to acknowledge reality, brother. So what do you mean? See, it's confusing because I've done too much in reality. I've done too much in these streets. And people are trying to dismiss reality. That's why you're struggling, because you dismiss the problem instead of dealing with it. You said you lost 2 bands, brother. That's called failing. Now, you can learn from failure, but it's a little late in the game for that. Aren't y'all over like 50, 60, 70 years old? You know what I mean? You can't just keep failing and expect to learn anything at this point.
Well, you know, it's a party. Well, sort of. Anyhow, we've been here 35 minutes and there's been no smoke 'em if you got 'em, so I am definitely remiss in my duties as your host. So look at the upper right-hand corner of your screen. Smoke 'em if you got 'em with the pit boss here on Negative 43 TV.
You know, I mean, that's my whole point.
Years ago, that was called, it was all in caps. It said, Morrison, I rubbed your toothbrush on the inside of a toilet and then you used it. I don't know who Morrison is, but I believe he did that.
That's the teeth and the last era.
The most disgusting thing. I mean,
that is gnarly, bro. It looks like another layer of teeth almost.
Yeah, it's just like layers of plaque and residue and shit. I think that's all this whole
explain it.
If he went to the dentist and he had all that chipped off, his teeth would just fall out. That's the only thing gluing them in.
I think it was lobster, or somebody said. I'm quite sure that the plaque on his teeth are the only thing that's keeping his teeth.
Yeah.
It's true.
Like the gums have plaque. I've seen plaque on teeth before, but I haven't seen. There's like nodule all over his gums.
Can you tell the plaque's coming from the inside or the outside of his gum?
The one lady Nightmare posted, that is horrific.
What?
It'll help everything. I mean, helps me to look at bicycles for this. I mean, reduce the pain, don't make it again. You know. Everything. It helps me to look at bicycles for this. A month, the whole day together. Let's do bicycles. And I, Christina and I quickly communicate is, like I said, this is what I need help with, man. Can you try to send me enough? And if it's overtime, whatever you want to do, if it's not, you know, that's up to you. But just, if you can try to send me enough, I just do it.
Okay, this is the first one in 7 years. And it just happened to be a problem. But my utility, that's not good. You're just saying that cash utility damage. One of the text messages said it regarding that. Right. You did say that, but you did mention that you like going down on those, and that you like giving them head more than you like receiving. You did tell them that. You say that you're big on physical touch. You don't make condoms. That you say that you'll try to learn how she likes having pleasure, and you'll respond accordingly. What did you mean by that? It's just okay. You say having pleasure, if we're having pleasure, what would that entail? So you want to manually, what do you get that here? Well, please finish your bid. I mean, you get to know each other. Did you want it on the points of your girlfriend? Is that what you're saying? You want to think that, so you are willing to engage in a romantic relationship with a girlfriend? Okay. And you say no to keep us off flights. Some might be tougher than others. Well, explain to me what might have happened tonight if we weren't here. Your old girl actually was here. She's interested. What's a guy like you? 38-year-old. Right. You see that. So you want to find out why she'd be interested in talking to you? Yeah. Okay. You seem pretty comfortable. Almost like you parked your car right up there, walked right up, and you've got her a happy meal from McDonald's. She has. I understand. I understand that. I mean, you're just being a nice guy, getting her what she asked. I understand that. But I mean, what's not so nice is, you know, the messages that you send to her. I mean, even when you say, you know, do you have anything you'd like to do with men? Or would I be your first time? So, Mike, were you hoping to be her first time tonight? Not tonight. When was that going to happen? How much later? If I had to wait later, years. You'd wait years? Yeah. Okay. Why did you wait years to meet up with her? She asked. So you just had to meet up with a girl just because she asked? And then we're getting stuck on the fact that she's... Well, I would say that's a pretty big deal, wouldn't you? I mean, you're 38. Isn't her being 38 a pretty big deal? I mean, you know, it's late.
So knowing that, why we still show up here tonight? Okay. What do you play? Marvel Rivals. No, not the Marvel. Then, in reference to you saying that you go down on Christine, asked you a little bit later if you go down on her, you say absolutely with how good were you planning to do that today? No, other than okay. You've already the third date kind of again. So it's safe to say like it may have happened on the third day. Meeting for eventually. Do you think it still would have happened while she was we understand why that's just a little hard for you. You said things you said, and you're here now, and you know, you didn't see this meeting as she was. So I mean, we're not thinking of somebody. Yes. You aren't thinking clearly. Okay. I mean, I just don't understand it. What makes us think it's okay to do this? I mean, what's hindering your ability to think that?
Hey! Ignis!
So that's what caused you to not think so clearly.
I've no babies on that without sleeping.
Okay.
That's your diagnosis. Paranoid schizophrenia.
But like I've known a few people in my lifetime that had the same thing, and they weren't trying to meet up with girls online.
This is the first one.
First time. The thing is, Mike, that isn't really. It doesn't make it much better. Maybe a little bit, but not much. The thing is, you still did what you did tonight. You say it's not ideal for you to do that, but you promise not to overstep boundaries. I mean, that's what you said at first. I would say, would you say that coming to meet her tonight, a girl would be overstepping a boundary of some sort? I mean, do you have kids of your own? I do. You do. How old are they? Okay, so not too far off from the age of the girl. How do you feel if
Going up
being chatted up like this online by someone 38 and they came to meet him?
Is there a way forward? Well, there's a way, but I don't see us going forward without facing off with the demons.
But now Noct is facing him alone. There must be some way we can help him.
Perhaps I could be of service.
Well, she's not here tonight.
What are you doing here?
So, hypothetically, let's talk hypothetically.
Why, I come
so
bearing
you're
gifts.
gone at work and your son was chatting up a stranger like this online and he said, come on over.
See? Gifts.
And
now, I believe a thank you is enough. For what? Another one of your stupid tricks? Here I am, helping for a change, but I can see I'm not wanted.
So, Mike, what makes it okay for you to do this with
I'm
someone else?
Trust him.
Same. But at this point, we need
So,
all the
if
help
you
we
don't
can
condone the
get.
behavior, why are we doing it? It's a bit hypocritical. There's got to be something in your head that made you think about that and realize maybe this is okay. And I just want to know what that is.
I ought to have been more cautious. If anything were to
And,
happen to
see,
Noct.
you work for U-Haul.
Can't move forward if you're always looking backward.
How long have
Quit
you
thinking
worked
about
for?
what you could have done then, and start thinking about
6
what you
months.
can do now.
You're a veteran.
You're right.
High up.
What's done is done.
So you have some seniority, I imagine. No. Okay. Gotcha. And now, if your employer found out about what you came to do tonight, like, how do you think they'd take that?
They probably found
Maybe grounds for termination. It's just not a good look for the company. I imagine you could see that. Did you think about that before you came here tonight? From the conversation, it looked like you were trying to U-haul your mouth, perhaps, onto a year-old girl's hoo-hoo spot. You said you would be open to going down on her.
It was just the heat of the moment. I thought that's what she wanted to hear.
But at the same time, it's what you want to say, because you said it. And you thought it, and you said it, right? And now you're here, so I can't make any other conclusions than the fact that you're here to do some of these
actually describe within this chat log? Do you see how it looks like that? Okay. Right. But be honest with me, Mike. Were you going to do those things tonight with this girl? No, not tonight. Just
maybe cuddle.
Maybe cuddle. Did you bother to? Did you shower after you got off work today, Mike? Or did you stop home for a shower?
I stopped home and changed my clothes.
You changed your clothes, but what made you skip the shower?
I don't have any shower pressure in my shower right now.
I see. Yeah, because I'm getting a bit of a whiff from you. I can tell you've been working all day. Don't you think it's just common courtesy to freshen up before you come meet someone new? Let alone cuddling. Don't you think it's just you should do that? Probably. Maybe part of the reason you haven't had a date in so long. You gotta take care of yourself, Mike.
I've been taking care of myself for a long time.
So why is that? Are we depressed?
Very.
Why so?
I'm 38, about to be 39, and I still live at home with my parents.
Live with your parents?
I lost my car the other day. That's a rental out front. I lost my car the other day when I got T-boned by a motorist.
Who was that fault?
The motorist. It was an Oakland County cop.
Really?
Yeah, he blew us back.
Wow.
Blew my earbuds.
Wow. Speaking of hypocrites, even our own law enforcement officers aren't obeying traffic signs. Sorry to hear that, Mike. It's very unfortunate. But don't you think it's a bit of a step in the wrong direction coming tonight to meet a year-old girl and possibly be committing a felony? Did you say it wasn't the wisest decision? Right.
I had a feeling
that this is what it was going to be.
Yeah.
So even with that feeling, you still showed up. Why? Why? If you had that feeling, why not just back out, say no, not running the risk, not putting it on the line, and just looking the other way? What made you not do that?
I was hoping that she would get it before doing the address.
You were hoping she would back out, so you were trying to play a game of chicken. Why didn't you back out? You're supposed to be the responsible adult here. She's
sitting in McDonald's.
Okay. You were sitting there for quite a while. Why didn't you just back out then? You had plenty of time. You talk about how awesome she is, that she's worth it, and she deserves someone who will be there whenever she wants. You even say you don't want her to feel like you're a creep or a bad person. Doesn't you being here sort of contradict that, Mike? What would you say? Right, just given the age difference, it's a little creepy, and it's a possible felony we're looking at, so that would make you a bad person. What would your ex-wife think of this?
She would probably take over my custody.
You see your son often?
I see him twice a week.
That's a little girl standing.
I know, girl.
Acceptable.
Well, I don't want to do anything that she doesn't ask me to do.
You would have done it, like whatever she asked you to do. Just like you brought her McDonald's.
I would have hesitated greatly, but
what? He was that blindly falling for the second. What up? Oh, he stopped it from what was for about
off the street. Yeah.
Who did you borrow it from?
Guy off the street.
Where did you meet this fellow?
He was hanging out in the McDonald's parking lot.
And you politely asked him, how did you go about it?
I just asked him if he had money for a Happy Meal.
Okay. Did you tell him who it was for?
No.
Just money for a Happy Meal?
Yeah.
And this gentleman just complied and gave you a few bucks to...
I traded him some cigarettes.
I see. Okay. Wow. Yeah, didn't know you did that. It goes to show, Mike, how far you were willing to go for this girl. You're going above and beyond here. The real MVP, if you will.
Glad to hear the barter system still works.
Yeah.
Bucks for the buck.
Right. It would just be a lot better, this is a legal adult. Where do we go from here, Mike? What do you think should happen to you, to someone that does a thing like this?
I should be held accountable.
Right. What do you think the proper, repercussions would be for someone that does this?
life is over.
Well, the good news is it may not be over, but this, unfortunately, Mike, it's not one of those things we can just walk away from. You know, we have to let someone know. And I think your ex-wife and the mother of your child has the right to know what you did tonight. But Mike, you said you'd be willing to go down. What does that mean?
She asked me what kind of stuff I like to do with girls.
Okay. And you said?
And I like to perform more than I like getting.
Okay. But you see, you didn't have to say that, Mike. She didn't ask how you like to have. You just asked what you like to do with a girl. Just in general. I mean, your mind automatically wants it. And Mike, did you bring condoms with you tonight?
Yes, I not have any.
You don't have any condoms in your pocket?
No.
They're not in your car?
No.
Okay. I believe you said you don't use condoms, though, correct?
I dislike condoms.
You dislike them? Okay. Okay. You did say you dislike them. Mike, I think at least your ex-wife should know what's going on here. That way, she hears it from the right person. She kind of knows what to expect. Wouldn't you agree? Do you want to pull your phone out, give her a call?
No.
No?
Not this late at night.
Okay. When did you want to do it?
Or I see her tomorrow.
Well, the thing is, Mike, with what we have here, you may not see her tomorrow. I'm sure you know what I'm getting at here. Okay.
I'm going to call about carryout because we haven't heard anything today.
Okay.
So we've been here. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So, Mike, I've got a couple of questions for you, and I have a favor to ask before I call about our carryout that we did in place earlier, okay? So, you mentioned that you had a psychosis issue 8 years ago. No, this is an ongoing. This is ongoing. How long have you been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia? For 10 years now. For 10 years? Yeah. And you've lived with these conditions your whole life? Yes. Okay. Okay. How long have you been using your medication? 2 months. 2 months? How do you feel? I've been without sleep for the last 32 hours. I can see it. You
look awfully
nice here, buddy.
Look awfully tired.
Yeah, you look the exact right.
Mike, do you have anything else you have to say for yourself here?
Your wife yesterday at the briefing.
Who are you sorry to? Well, what would they think?
I showed them sexually with a police bill or 5 minutes.
You didn't tell them how old she actually was. So right now they think you went to meet a 21-year-old female. Were you supposed to work tomorrow? No.
I have the next 2 days off.
Did you take one of the days off to hang out with tonight? Yeah. You took a day off work to hang out with her?
Yeah, because
was this going to be a paid day off?
Yes.
Oh, so you wouldn't lose any money. Okay.
I never say this. Dad, right? I got to go sit that type of stuff makes me feel uncomfortable, right? It's like I know if you're a dad, right? You got to put yourself in other people's shoes here and how you feel if you're sitting. If you walk in this house and you strange person sitting on your couch talking to your child.
Yeah, especially with dirty, oily toenails and hasn't showered in quite a while. Definitely a concern. What's your normal car that you drive?
Well, it's my car that's all.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
My dad's
Oh, it's your dad's. I imagine you can't be too happy about that. So if that car had gotten in an accident, would you have used that same vehicle to come meet this girl tonight? How do you think your dad would feel knowing that his car is being used for such activities? Probably. Is he more of a tough love kind of dad?
Yeah.
It's safe to say he might kick you when he finds out about this.
Safe to say.
And what are you going to do to improve from here, Mike? Do you think there's a lesson to be learned from tonight?
At least I should have this shit about it.
It's not a bad way to meet women. I mean, granted, they're all legal. You can't go wrong.
Playing sports or basketball. Okay.
Private school. Your parents paid for that school?
Yeah.
To have you go there? Okay.
Mission school, yeah. Yeah. You got in trouble there, you got
Oh boy. Yeah. Don't imagine what they do since they found out about this.
Real.
NDA, well, do you think they value you for this? Yeah, it sure is. I know you're talking about sinners. Well, Mike, if there's nothing else you have to say, I have to let you know that I'm Steve Hansen with the Predatorial Investigation Unit. And do you know who I am? If you've seen me before? Did you know that this whole time?
Yes, sir.
Do you watch my videos?
I have.
You have, and you still came to do a thing like this. I'm sure you know that I'm based in Michigan.
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you say that from the get-go?
No, I didn't recognize you, but...
Oh, but when I just said...
But the name...
The name. Okay, you know the name's good.
Yeah.
Okay. How does it make you feel knowing that you may be featured in one of these videos? Did you ever think you would make it on the big screen?
I thought it was a possibility.
That you might? Okay. Before you came here to meet, you thought that was a possibility?
My coworkers even joked about it.
With you?
Yeah.
What made them joke about it?
They were like, watch who's going to wind up on the news tonight.
Wait, because you told them you were coming to meet?
Yeah.
And how did you tell them it was? And they said, watch her actually be, or something like that, and he ended up on the news. So at that point you didn't say, oh, well, she actually is? Or you still went with, oh, she's 21. That could have been a sign because your coworkers, joked with you and said, hey, watch him get caught on Steve Hansen's channel. I imagine it's going to be devastating to know that actually was the case.
Hi, Michael. How's it going?
Going okay?
Yeah. Explain to me what you're doing here.
I was here to meet a girl.
Stand up. This one. Better wash your fingers for me.
Oh, an officer, he hasn't showered at all today, so just be careful. It's a little smelly. Yeah. Don't want you to catch any viruses or anything. Those toenails look just demonic. Diabolical.
Okay, we're gonna walk out that door, okay?
Keep it real, Michael. Oh my God. In the back of the car with no shoes. Well, it's always easy with Roseville PD. They do great work, always responsive. And they just bagged and tagged Mike. Instead of Mike working at U-Haul, he got hauled away by Roseville police. You just love to see it.
Yeah.
Oh, they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's not a believer in socks either, so yeah, be careful on the back of your car. You might have to deep wash it. Enterprise is going to be pissed when they found out that their vehicle was used to come meet a girl. They're going to terminate his account. They're going to ban him. Enterprise is definitely banning him. They're going to put a memo on.
Tonight on CTV News, provincial government workers issue strike notice.
Civil servants keep British Columbians safe, and they help drive the engine of our economy.
Job action could begin as early as Tuesday. What services could be impacted, and what the province is saying.
It could be you, it could be your friends, it could be your family.
Canada's public service unions have delivered a crushing blow to the government. A smackdown so overwhelming it sent shockwaves through Ottawa. 92% of workers in British Columbia authorized walkouts, and suddenly the stability of Canada's economy is looking a lot less certain. Services that people depend on every day, like firefighting, social work, liquor stores, it's all hanging out by a thread now. And at the center of the storm's Mark Carney, the man, the myth, the legend, the inept one. He's looking shocked and out of touch and unable to stop the bleeding. Roll the clip.
Overwhelming show of support from the union's members for this strike vote.
Mijung, 92.7% of these BCGEU members have authorized their union to go ahead with the strike.
I have no message to President Putin, he knows where I stand, and he'll make a decision one way or the other. Whatever his decision is, we'll either be happy about it or unhappy. And if we're unhappy about it, you'll see things happen.
UK, Vladimir Putin a 2-week deadline to agree to talks with Volodymyr Zelensky. That deadline is now nearly approached. Can you give us any indication when you will make it?
Well, I'm having a conversation with him very shortly, and I'll know pretty much what we're going to be doing. We've taken very strong action, as you know, and in other ways we've taken very strong action. But I'll be speaking to him over the next few days, and we're going to see.
With who, sir?
I'm going to know exactly what's happening.
Это путь в никуда. Если просто с действующим главой администрации, так скажем, аккуратно, проводить встречи.
Russian forces launched more than 500 drones and missiles at Ukraine in a large-scale attack. Zelensky says Russian President Putin, who is in Beijing meeting with his Chinese and North Korean leaders, is demonstrating his impunity with fresh strikes on Ukraine. Putin says Ukraine war could be ended if common sense prevailed.
In the dead of night, the sky over Ukraine turned into a battlefield. Sirens wailed, streets shook from Kyiv to Lviv, Lutsk to Rivne. Russian drones screamed overhead before slamming down in waves of fire. Over 500 drones and missiles, a relentless swarm of death, descended upon Ukrainian cities in a massive, coordinated Russian assault. Kyiv described it as an attack, primarily targeting the nation's west, turning peaceful hours into a hellscape of fire and fear. On the front lines, too, the Russian assault continues. Russia's defense ministry
Mr. Zelensky, you just said that sanctions are working. Now, another deadline from Donald Trump has expired. It was about progress in the meeting between you and Vladimir Putin. Nothing happened. No sanctions. It's not the first deadline. There's been a lot of deadlines. We have seen no sanctions from the United States. We have only seen, since Trump came into office, that the number of attacks on Ukraine have increased. So, do you have any trust in Donald Trump left?
Thank you so much. So, first of all, we need United States on our side in this crucial period, in this big war. There is political support from them, bilateral, bipartisan support, and of course, during all these attacks, when we need the air defense, which systems like Patriots has only the United States. Stronger than mutants, stronger than everybody. You feel me? Because I'm a boss, boy. That's right. I'm a G boy. I'm a G boy. But yeah, man, like I said, people are straight funny. If you was praying for my downfall, you won't be praying for it for a minute. You know what I mean? I just think it's hilarious, man. You folks are never going to understand. I told you, you got to make money through the universal laws of karma. Anybody who's a financial genius or connoisseur like me, they know that.
You have to make money through the universal laws of karma. Another explanation, another roundabout way to explain why he's fucking broke.
I keep telling you folks, look at how everything has turned around. It's turned around on an axis. Oh, hell.
You bitch. Fucking I'll put Bert back up for a minute. You little bitch, you.
Negative 43 TV,
He
52
came
minutes
running.
after the hour.
He came running. I said, "Oh hell no!" He's like a little Scottish terrier. Trying to play. He was cool. He came.
And welcome to the big birthday party.
Running kind of scary. See, it's always that part I catch them right when they're in mid-stride.
For Mimi, Elfrost, and King Blazy, it's quite a cluster of birthdays that we have happening this time of year.
Once I see an outline of a dog, and it's a mood doing this, and it's getting ready to go, like that's when I'm like, oh hell no. You know what I mean? It's happened too many times. The tree came over here the one day, remember that? I ran up in that tree like a cat. I was fast as hell. I know exactly why cats do that now. It's the smartest thing to do. I ran up that tree. I stayed up there for a minute, came down, grabbed my phone, and got the hell out of Dodge. I got away, though. Got away.
Oh, man. If it was anybody other than you, I would say, well, obviously, that's a smart thing to do, you know? You got to get away from those dogs, especially if it appears that they mean business. The idea of you climbing a palm tree to get away from dogs, whatever the fuck kind of tree it was, it just makes me happy. So.
Untouched. And those dogs weren't playing, and it was like 3 of them. And it, like, I'm talking the minute I heard them, I booked it. I already knew. Like, I already knew what it was.
When I talk to businesses around the country, especially, particularly in Quebec, but elsewhere across the country, their number one issue is tariffs, and their number 2 issue is access to temporary foreign workers. C'est il faut garder ce programme, pas éliminer ce programme.
I have an explosive show for you today. Things are erupting in Canada. We have Pierre Poilievre that says he wants to completely eliminate the temporary foreign worker program immediately, like right now. Then we have Mark Carney that says that program's not going anywhere. The Liberals' plan is to go full steam ahead with the temporary foreign worker program. The contrast between the Conservatives and the Liberals is like night and day. One is net zero, zero prosperity, and a decline in Canada. And the other one is putting Canada first for a change and unleashing our natural resources to make Canada the fastest growing economy in the world. We got new economic data that was released today showing that Canada's economy is booming right now. We have zero time to waste, and the Liberals are delaying everything. Our future is at stake. Let's get into this report. Things are out of control in Canada. When people get off the plane, at the baggage area, there's a sign. This is the sign. It says Migrant Worker Supported Program. Temporary Foreign Workers Orientation Service at Toronto Pearson Airport. What? So when you get off a plane and you're here to visit, they're like, we're going to hire you as a temporary foreign worker, government programs, local community services, and it says get information on your legal right, emergency services, housing, application for your SIN number and chip, access to health care, education for children and adults, transportation system, employment services and workers' rights, domestic violence, LGBTQ plus community youth services. This is in our airports, Canada. Wake up. Pierre Poilievre announced today that he wants to see a complete end to the temporary foreign worker program effective immediately.
And let's be honest, young people today form what I call Generation Screwed. Let's look at the situation for this generation. It is the first generation that cannot afford a home in Canadian history. And now, the double gut punch. They have the highest or the worst employment numbers of any group of young people since the late 1990s. So you can't get a job. And even if you did have a job, you can never buy a home after 10 years of Liberal government. The Liberals doubled housing costs. They unleashed crime and chaos in our communities with their soft laws. They broke our immigration system by allowing too many, too fast, too easily to come into the country. And they have destroyed our economy by pushing investment out of our country. Now, Mark Carney promised that he would be different. He has been worse than Justin Trudeau in almost every objective measurement. Let's go through the promises. He promised to build, baby, build. Well, far from doubling home building as he promised, home building is expected to drop by 13%, according to his own housing agency. As for major national projects, 5 months in, and there's not a single national project that Mr. Carney has even identified, much less permitted, much less having shovels in the ground. Not one pipeline, not one mine, not one major expansion of a port. All we have is meetings, offices, new bureaucracies, new high-paid big shots with big salaries who have thus far achieved absolutely nothing. The time has come for decisive action to stop the Liberals from using our immigration system to pad the pockets of corporate elites and other insiders at the expense of Canadian jobs. Again, the principle is very simple. The principle is very simple. Canadian jobs for Canadian workers. Canada first, Canada always. That's why Conservatives are calling on the Carney government to permanently scrap the temporary foreign worker program and to stop issuing visas for any new temporary foreign workers coming into the country. Under this proposal, existing permits would be wound down until the program is entirely eliminated. Canadian jobs will go to Canadian workers first. It's time that Mr. Carney took the job seriously of repairing the damage that his party.
Let's see how the temporary foreign worker program has exploded across Canada right now. This is not in the past. They haven't slowed anything down. I got a heat map to show you. Here's a heat map that Lima has created. The Labor Market Impact Assessment is a document granted by the government to allow businesses to hire temporary foreign workers. Temporary foreign workers are intended to temporarily fill specific jobs for which qualified Canadians supposedly are not available, with people not covered under the existing work mobility agreement. Lima is a permission from the government to hire foreign instead of Canadian. Look at how many there are across Canada. We currently have an unemployment rate near 15% for our Canadian youth between the age of 18 and 24, and our unemployment rate for the entire country is near 7%. So you're telling me that there's 1.6 million people that are unemployed right now in Canada, and that number is increasing. Are you telling me that 1.6 million people that are unemployed currently can't find a job, can't fill one of these positions? I don't believe it. Now let's hear from Mark Carney, which basically says that the Liberal government is going full steam ahead with the temporary foreign labor program. Why? Why would he even say this? He says it's because businesses in Canada are asking for it.
Mr. Poilievre called this morning on the government to scrap the temporary foreign worker program. Is it time to shut the program down?
Well, I would say the following, which is that that program has a role. It has to be focused in terms of its role. And it's part of what we're doing. It's part of what we will be discussing, how well the temporary foreign worker program is working and how our overall immigration system is working. We've been absolutely clear as a government that we want, and we're putting in place policies so that the overall level of immigration as a proportion of the population will decline from around 7% today to around 5% several years from now.
That's not enough, by the way. We need to drastically reduce the numbers.
Now, the biggest contributor to immigration is not temporary foreign workers. It's a variety of other factors. And I will say, je vais répéter en français parce que c'est...
Oh, by the way, when he goes to French, it's because he doesn't want you to know what he's saying. Good thing I'm bilingual.
When I talk to businesses around the country, particularly in Quebec, but elsewhere across the country, their number one issue is tariffs, and their number two issue is access to temporary foreign workers. Okay, Et pour le moment, c'est une des grandes demandes du gouvernement du Québec et c'est une des grandes demandes des entreprises québécoises. Il faut garder ce programme.
He just said we need to keep the program.
Pas éliminer ce programme.
Not eliminate the program.
Alors, oui, on peut, ce qui est clair, on peut améliorer le programme en total, ensemble de l'immigration. As a whole, it's clear that we can improve our overall immigration policies. We're working on that.
Isn't it interesting? He did not say that in English, only in French, because he doesn't want you to know that he's going to go full steam ahead with this program.
And we're setting clear goals to adjust.
And by the way, the reason that the business community want to go full steam ahead with this program is because the government is subsidizing the wages, as well as they're undercutting the wages of Canadian citizens. So the corporations are making billions of dollars on the backs of you and I. Yeah, it's a massive problem in Canada, and the Liberals, they're just going to continue to exploit it. Back to Pierre Poilievre. Pierre Poilievre wants Doge in Canada. We need to start actually cutting the size of government to bring down inflation in this country. Because Mark Carney, he's not planning on cutting anything. If he does cut something, he's just going to convert it into investment category. It's one of those accounting tricks. Overall, we're going to continue to spend at record pace in Canada.
So far, Mark Carney has not found a single penny in savings. While he promised to spend less, in the 5 months he's been Prime Minister, he's increased the cost of the government by 8%. 33% more federal public servants are earning over $100,000 under Mark Carney. He's increased the cost of consultants by 37%. And if you believe economists, they calculate his debt, like Mark Carney's deficit could be twice as big as Justin Trudeau's, which is unimaginable. No one thought it was possible to have a worse deficit than Trudeau, but Mark Carney appears to have accomplished it. What I say to everyone is, ignore Mark Carney's speeches, the letters he writes his ministers, which then get conveniently leaked to the media. It doesn't matter what he says. It matters what he does. And the numbers are very stubborn things. They show that Mark Carney is even more expensive than Justin Trudeau, that the deficit is getting bigger, and that will mean more inflation and more economic ruin for our country. Mark Carney is not a change, he is worse. We need to cut consultants, bureaucracy, corporate welfare, foreign aid, handouts to fraudulent refugees, and other wasted money. We need to bring down the cost of government, to bring down the cost of living, lower taxes, inflation, and debt.
We need to do it now, not tomorrow. We don't even have any time to waste. We need to start slashing this foreign aid. We need to start slashing departments. We need to get rid of all the costs that are causing inflation to skyrocket in this country. If you go and try to buy a piece of steak, it is so expensive in this country. It's going to be, if it's not already, a luxury item. And coffee drinkers, we are seeing almost a 50% increase in the cost of coffee this year alone. We're going back to Pierre Poilievre. You know, one thing that I really like about Pierre Poilievre right now is that he's actually allowing alternative media to ask questions. This is Ezra Levant with Rebel News asking a very solid question. We just heard from Mark Carney saying he's going full steam ahead with the temporary foreign worker program, and he asked this question before we found out that Mark Carney is going to be doing that. He says, Mark Carney and the Liberals are not going to take your advice. So what can Canadians do about it? Listen up closely.
Answer Levant from Rebel News. I thought it was very interesting about Booster Juice paying $36 an hour to foreign workers. And I think a lot of Canadians don't know how pervasive this is, and that's an outrageous anecdote. I don't think the Liberals are going to accept your advice here, so I think your reforms wouldn't be able to fight until the become the Prime Minister. If that happens, But I think there is something you could do in the meantime. And let me ask you, consider the thing, just brainstorming here. Would you consider shining a spotlight using your bully pulpit on the worst offenders? For example, maybe a company that really wraps itself in the Canadian flag, like Tim Hortons. Would you consider having an event outside of Tim Hortons? Would you consider writing to the board of directors of RBI, the Brazilian hedge fund? And I guess what I'm saying is there's no downside to these companies hiring foreign workers. But if there was a PR downside, if patriotic Canadians said, this is enough. I notice in the UK there's a lot of people waving British and English flags. It's their response to immigration crisis. Would you consider naming and shaming in the public domain abusers of the TFW program?
Yes. And thank you for the question. Michelle Rempel has already begun the process. She's been publishing the most egregious cases of corporate elites profiting by shutting Canadians out of jobs in favor of low-wage temporary foreign workers. And Michelle, do you want to add anything to that?
Thanks for the question, Ezra. It's absolutely egregious that these companies expect that they can just maximize corporate profits on the backs of and at the expense of Canadian youth. It's a practice that has to end. We've been naming and shaming them all week. I want to thank my team for finding those examples, but I encourage Canadians to go and look for themselves. There's been websites that have been set up so that people can see what these companies are doing. But the more important thing is, Ezra, that the Liberals are letting them do this. The Liberals are totally letting them do this. You know, Lena Diab, where was she this summer, the immigration minister? Did she name and shame any of these people? No, she didn't. And that's why we're here today. We're standing up for the people that are behind us. Enough is enough. Canadian jobs have to go to Canadians.
Good job. You know what? I like this strategy because we, the Canadian people, together are more powerful than a few people in Ottawa. If we come out and say we have had enough with this temporary foreign labor worker program, and we boycott all the companies that are hiring and exploiting this program and pushing our youth into unemployment, that is enough for change to happen in this country. Together, we are strong. It's time we exploit these companies. Now, this is going to be fun. I have the Lima heat map, and oh boy, I'm going to leave this map for all of you in the comment section so you can go around and play with it. We're going to work together here and find all of the companies that are abusing this system. The first thing I've done here is I've clicked on the top right here, 2025 Q1. You can go all the way back, but we're just interested in the current applications. This map is incredible. Where would you like to go first? I'd like to go to the Lower Mainland. Now, this is going to blow your mind. Just in this area here, Surrey, 13,180 applications for this program currently. Let's double click. Now it gets into more specific for region. Let's look at this big circle right here. You can keep clicking, but when you go into a specific area, let's say right here, there's an actual list of who is applying for these jobs. Check it out. It's in good detail. We can actually see the company that's applied, what's it for, the location of business, low wage. This map is incredible, guys. Let's look at some other areas. For example, Simon Fraser University. We'll double click. Early childcare, food services, cook. Are you telling me a Canadian citizen can't go into early childcare and education? Or what about food services? Specifically, the students of Simon Fraser. Why can't they get a cook job so they can pay for their university? Cook, food services. University professor and lecturers. This just blows my mind. I'm seeing this live with all of you. They're looking for university professors and lecturers in the Lima program. And it's not just one university professor. It's multiple. Where else should we go on this map? Let's look at some small towns to see what they're looking for. Let's go down to the city of Merritt. 58 in a small town. What are they? And that's 176. So it's way more. These are hundreds of applications. Let's see this. Low wage. Of course it's low wage. A pizza shop. Not sure what these things is. It looks like food services, retail, light duty cleaners, cooks, a bartender. So you're telling me you're going to get a temporary foreign worker for a bartender position? I've never heard of this in my lifetime. Man, we're having so much fun with this Lima map. Let's look at some other areas. How about the city of Calgary? Wow, look at, oh my goodness, 5,400. That's just in one little circle here, 2,700. There are thousands. Let's go see what people are looking for. What's in this section here? High wage. Holy crap, we found a high wage. You're going to find a temporary foreign worker for a high wage janitor, caretaker, and heavy-duty cleaner. High wage for construction trades and helper. You're telling me that you can't find a Canadian citizen for a construction helper and laborer for a high wage. Construction, a bartender, again, painters and decorators, food services. These are low wage. I want to look at these high wages. Contractor, supervisor, and carpenter trades. Transport truck drivers. Great. They're going to be hiring transport truck drivers that are not local. I'm sure there's local people that can do that with 1.6 million people looking for work right now. I want to look at the highway administrative assistant, more truck driving. This is actually incredible. I want to look at a couple more. Let's look at a different city. We'll get something back east. What's happening in Quebec City? Let's see what's happening in Quebec. Holy moly. Look at all these circles. I want to know what's happening up here. You can't see this, but I'm going to move. It says approved right here, positions. 141 approved positions. And this is in harvesting laborers. Everything in this one location is for farmers. I get it. You know, in farmers, it's a tough job. We probably need some temporary foreign laborers for the tough jobs. But the high-paying jobs, they can go to Canadian citizens for sure. This is a pretty cool map. I'd like everybody out there, check it out. Take a look at your neighborhood. Take a look at all of Canada. Let's all outline the companies that are exploiting this program. And let's just start boycotting them. Let me be clear. We're not boycotting legitimate claims in this program. Don't boycott those companies. But there are some companies, like Tim Hortons and other companies, that are for sure
If you're Canadian businesses and we're being told, buy Canada, excuse me, are you really buying Canada if they're using labor that isn't even from Canada? This is the Twilight Zone insanity that we are actually living in right now. The gloves came off today as Conservatives demanded the Liberals scrap the temporary foreign worker program entirely, blaming it for record youth unemployment. Just a day earlier, Minister Patty Hajdu dodged questions on the jobless rate, insisting there's no single cause. Conservatives fired back, pointing to a surge in temporary foreign work approvals, even at household brands like Tim Hortons as proof Ottawa is shutting young Canadians out of work. Who's telling the truth? Let's take a look.
My name is Michelle Rempel-Garner, and I'm the Member of Parliament for Calgary-Nose Hill and the Conservative immigration critic. I'm joined today by MP Garnet Jennis, the Conservative Shadow Minister for Employment, to help make an important announcement that will give some hope back to young Canadians. And boy, do they ever need some hope. Many young Canadians can't imagine buying a home or starting a family without a good paying job. Yet they can't secure those jobs without experience, which they can't gain because they can't find an entry-level job. It wasn't always this way, though. Once upon a time, not long ago, if you were a young Canadian, you could earn vital skills in an entry-level job and earn enough to pay for school while saving. In return, employers would benefit from a skilled, productive domestic labor workforce. But that social contract has been broken by the Liberals. Canada is experiencing a staggering youth unemployment crisis. And all summer, we heard countless gut-punching stories about young Canadians who have put out hundreds of resumes without getting as much as a single callback. Behind me are some of those young people. We have Sana Shahid, who's worked in quality assurance and has not been able to find work in over a year. We have Aruma Dana, who completed security guard training, yet still can't find permanent work. And we also have Gabrielle James, who completed specialized training in analysis and reporting, and yet can't find stable employment. These folks want to work. They've made the right decisions, they did their training, but they still can't get a leg up. Things are so bad that 1 in 5 students are returning to school this week who looked for a job this summer and didn't find one, in large part because they're competing with temporary foreign workers for scarce entry-level jobs. All this is happening while the cost of housing is so high that many young Canadians aren't thinking about buying a house. And they wonder how they're going to get seen by a doctor if they need health care. And where have the Liberals been on this issue this summer? Absolutely nowhere. Nowhere. But thankfully, Conservatives have worked all summer, and today we are announcing the first in a series of major reforms that we will be demanding from the Liberal government to make sure that Canadian jobs go to Canadians. Unlike the Liberals, Conservatives aren't afraid to tackle the toughest issues facing young Canadians and Canadian workers head on, including Canada's utterly broken immigration system. And now, to make this very hopeful announcement, it's my great pleasure to introduce the leader of the Conservative Party, Pierre Poilievre.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you to Michelle Rempel and Garnet Jennis for your hard work on behalf of Canadians. We're here to bring hope to the hopeless. We have behind us some very talented and hardworking people who cannot get jobs here in Canada. And let's be honest, young people today form what I call Generation Screwed. Let's look at the situation for this generation. It is the first generation that cannot afford a home in Canadian history. And now, the double gut punch. They have the worst employment numbers of any group of young people since the late 1990s. So you can't get a job, and even if you did have a job, you can never buy a home after 10 years of Liberal government. The Liberals doubled housing costs. They unleashed crime and chaos in our communities with their soft laws. They broke our immigration system by allowing too many, too fast, too easily to come into the country, and they have destroyed our economy by pushing investment out of our country. Now, Mark Carney promised that he would be different. He has been worse than Justin Trudeau in almost every objective measurement. Let's go through the promises. He promised to build, baby, build. Well, far from doubling home building as he promised, home building is expected to drop by 13%, according to his own housing agency. As for major national projects, 5 months in, and there's not a single national project that Mr. Carney has even identified, much less permitted, much less having shovels in the ground. Not one pipeline, not one mine, not one major expansion of a port. All we have is meetings, offices, new bureaucracies, new high-paid big shots with big salaries who have thus far achieved absolutely nothing. Crime continues to rage on our streets, with Mr. Carney keeping in place all of the catch-and-release Liberal laws. And Mr. Carney has kept all of Justin Trudeau's immigration numbers, which means the system gets worse and worse and worse. The time has come for decisive action. We have major problems in our job market. Let's look at the facts here. The unemployment rate for those aged 15 to 24 is now 14.6%. The employment rate, the share of young people who are employed, is at its lowest level in over a quarter century outside of the pandemic. 1.6 million Canadians were unemployed in July, 7.4% increase in unemployment insurance requests since Mr. Carney took office. Almost 400,000 Canadians have been continually searching for work for over 2 years, the highest share of long-term unemployment since 1998. There are 16,000 more people unemployed in Ontario than there were in the Great Recession. Ontario has seen a massive increase in job losses and a massive decrease in home building. Nearly 75% of temporary foreign workers that come into the country are for low-wage positions, which means they compete with working class and young people that ultimately drive down wages and drive away jobs. Tim Hortons has hired an unimaginable 1,131% more temporary foreign workers in the last 4 years. In the first half of this year alone, the TFW program has imported 74% more low-skilled labor than in all of 2015. The time has come for decisive action to stop the Liberals from using our immigration system to pad the pockets of corporate elites and other insiders at the expense of Canadian jobs. Again, the principle is very simple. The principle is very simple. Canadian jobs for Canadian workers. Canada first, Canada always. That's why Conservatives are calling on the Carney government to permanently scrap the temporary foreign worker program and to stop issuing visas for any new temporary foreign workers coming into the country. This proposal, existing permits would be wound down until the program is entirely eliminated. Canadian jobs will go to Canadian workers first. It's time that Mr. Carney took the job seriously of repairing the damage that his party has done. Unfortunately, the immigration minister who destroyed the program and caused this mess is now Mark Carney's justice minister. You can believe it. He's now gone from creating a housing crisis as housing minister, an immigration crisis as immigration minister, to creating a crime crisis as justice minister. It's the same Liberal team with the same Liberal results, just a different face who's even worse than the last one.
Okay, so that's where our first break is. I wanted to kind of get all of that in there and skipped a bit just so we could get into the meat of this. So, is Pierre lying when he says that youth unemployment is at crazy highs? Well, let's see what the data says. So, youth unemployment is rising among 3 age brackets. And you can see where things were in 2019, 2022, and 2025. There's not really much point in looking at 2020 or 2021 because that was the COVID years and that was just an unmitigated disaster. But look at the people that are 15 to 19 years of age and look at the unemployment. Like, that is staggering, folks. Here's another chart that actually breaks it down so you can actually see by men and women what the unemployment rate is. And, you know, you can infer a few things from this. Looks like identity politics and sexism might be actually at play here, because you can see those aged 15 to 19, you have a almost 6% increase in unemployment between men and women in 2025 when they're aged 15 to 19. And the change from 2019 to 2025 is 9% for men and 5.6% for women. That's crazy, folks. Age 20 to 24, same thing. Men are at 15% unemployment, and women are at 11.2. Again, 4.2 and 2.3% increase from 2019, respectively. And then 25 to 2029, 9.3 and 8.1%. Those are big numbers, folks. Big, big, big numbers. This is how long it actually takes people to find work. And this is on average, folks. So people that are 15 to 19 years of age took 2 months on average in 2019 to find a job. Now it takes upwards of 4 months to find a job in 2025 for that age gap. And look at the increase across all of the different age brackets. 97% change from 2019 for the lowest age bracket, then 80.5%, and then 53.8%. This is the problem, folks. So no, Pierre is not making this stat up. This is an actual stat. An actual stat. And it's funny because Patty Hajdu, she actually had a press conference yesterday, and she was trying to gloss over this, and she was challenged. So, this youth unemployment rate is, and she didn't even need the guy to finish the question. She's like, yeah, I know. And then goes on to make kind of a ridiculous statement about this. Check this out.
Can you comment before you do that the numbers for youth unemployment are...
Yeah, as I said in my speech, we know that youth unemployment is rising, and it's actually a very concerning trend. And although there's no one single reason why, the fact that it's going up is significantly concerning.
Yeah. You don't have to say it. Youth unemployment is rising, and it's a concerning trend. A concerning trend. You're talking like this is new, Patty. It's not new. How do we know it's not new? Because of the data on your own government website. That's how we know it's not new. Folks, this is data from Statistics Canada. And you can see this is youth unemployment rate from September of 2023 all the way up until May of 2025. And it's gotten worse, by the way, since May. Look at this trend. This is a very, very concerning trend indeed. But the Liberals have known about this for over 2 years. Over 2 years. And you can see that's that 14.6% that Pierre Poilievre is talking about. And then she goes on to say, well, there's no single cause. There's no single cause. All right. So evidently, the banker who knows how the world works, as he keeps condescendingly telling everybody, as he keeps telling everybody to look inside themselves, as the guy who loves to remind everyone that he's the governor of the Bank of Canada and he was the governor of the Bank of England. Let me explain some economics to you. There's something called supply and demand. When you have a massively overly available workforce, that's your supply, there's not much demand for that workforce from the actual businesses. So when you bring in all of these temporary foreign workers who are going to be making a lot less than the average Canadian, well, guess what? You've just supplied all of these employers with cheap labor. Why are they going to hire Canadians? Now, these businesses, they don't get a free pass. Because if you're Canadian businesses and we're being told, buy Canada, excuse me, are you really buying Canada if they're using labor that isn't even from Canada? This is the Twilight Zone insanity that we are actually living in right now. In that a lot of these Canadian businesses are using...
Many young Canadians can't imagine buying a home or starting a family without a good paying job. Yet they can't secure those jobs without experience, which they can't gain because they can't find an entry-level job. It wasn't always this way, though. Once upon a time, not long ago, if you were a young Canadian, you could earn vital skills in an entry-level job and earn enough to pay for school while saving. In return, employers would benefit from a skilled, productive domestic labor workforce. But that social contract has been broken by the Liberals. Canada is experiencing a staggering youth unemployment crisis. And all summer, we heard countless gut-punching stories about young Canadians who have put out hundreds of resumes without getting as much as a single callback. Behind me are some of those young people. We have Sana Shahid, who's worked in quality assurance and has not been able to find work in over a year. We have Aruma Dana, who completed security guard training, yet still can't find permanent work. And we also have Gabrielle James, who completed specialized training in analysis and reporting, and yet can't find stable employment. These folks want to work. They've made the right decisions, they did their training, but they still can't get a leg up. Things are so bad that 1 in 5 students are returning to school this week who looked for a job this summer and didn't find one, in large part because they're competing with temporary foreign workers for scarce entry-level jobs. All this is happening while the cost of housing is so high that many young Canadians aren't thinking about buying a house. And they wonder how they're going to get seen by a doctor if they need health care. And where have the Liberals been on this issue this summer? Absolutely nowhere. Nowhere. But thankfully, Conservatives have worked all summer, and today we are announcing the first in a series of major reforms that we will be demanding from the Liberal government to make sure that Canadian jobs go to Canadians. Unlike the Liberals, Conservatives aren't afraid to tackle the toughest issues facing young Canadians and Canadian workers head on, including Canada's utterly broken immigration system. And now, to make this very hopeful announcement, it's my great pleasure to introduce the leader of the
Canada's Conservative leader, Poilievre, has just called for the abolishing of the Temporary Foreign Worker Program, a program that many people believe drives down wages for Canadians while makes
me feel more worthy and more like I'm actually accomplishing something despite the...
And you're not.
Yeah. Despite the negative bank account.
Well, clearly it's not a very competitive... Well, no. Well, no, it's not in terms of, like, they struggle with getting someone because it's $30 for 4 hours. So clearly, 1 million people wanted the job, and they just accept the lowest bidder.
There's not really anyone else who does it in town. Because I don't.
You do.
I play people on stage, off stage.
You're telling me there's no one, no DJ that plays people on and off stage in Los Angeles.
No, not on the comedy venues.
What the f*** are you talking about?
The melanated theaters, all they tend to have more fun, kind of random things. I play a lot of variety shows that aren't even. I'm not doing stand up, and I'm not playing a set. I'm more so sitting there and then playing the transitions and the underscore, whether it's a scene or whether it's a stand-up comedian.
Right, and it's $30 for 4 hours. So clearly, this isn't a good job, buddy. No, I don't give a... Stop it. Stop.
I kind of just play things like that to whatever anybody says on stage. And
do that again, and I will break it.
But
I will legitimately break it. That is not me saying that as a bit for the show. I will break it.
Just there's a song.
I will break it. No, I seriously.
I found that from a beautiful composer online, actually. Makes me, I don't mean to bring you to a breaking point, but I really enjoyed that song, and I wanted to bring it here today. If you want to play it too, I feel like you might have some chops. Or not. But yeah, $30 isn't the same price for all of those shows too, because there's some that are 1 hour long and they pay $100, and those ones are the people that I like to lean towards more. They make me feel worthy, and they make me feel like I'm actually getting.
You look like someone who leans in the middle of the street after a overdose.
Well, yeah, I try not to lean off of other things maybe, but that one's killing people left and right. But I'll play in the street.
We can only be so lucky.
Yes. They, to fall in the street or to play in the street, that's actually, I built a rig to go in the street with my music too. But making my own thing is something that I've kind of fought against. And with this financial issues that I've had, I haven't had the confidence to pursue that wholeheartedly. So I kind of latch on to other people's projects, whether it be shows or productions or anything, and make that work. It wasn't $30, but we've done full musical productions that we took off Broadway, and then we also sold them to high schools, and that was much more than $30.
So what the f*** have you done to try to fix your finances?
Yeah, so I tried to reach out. I've done Debtors Anonymous meetings, and I've also done reached out to a debt consolidation company, but they ghosted me.
They ghosted you?
Yeah.
What is they ghosted me?
I called them, and I was actually at my day job, and I called them and said, hey, I'd like to see the options because I'm feeling overwhelmed with all of these debts, and I don't know where to go. And then they were like, oh, yeah, that sounds great. Here, what do you got? Okay, yeah, send us over your documents. And I sent them over 2 or 3 of the bigger ones, and then they never called me or responded back. I called them, and they said, oh, sorry, we got no record of you. And it kind of sucked. It kind of sucked.
Why didn't you go through it again, then?
Well, to be honest, I actually did a debt consolidation program about 12 years ago.
Of course you did, and look where we are. So what happens when we do not change behavior, for f***'s sake?
Well, it's with this. It's a different place in my life here. It's a different place because I'm not as crazy as I was back then. Back then, there was too many cases of the f***its. The f***its left and right.
Oh.
Yeah, they f***its. Oh, and then I've also started to try to make difference. I started trying to do Uber, but with that, my car is not practical for Uber. It's both too old to drive people, and then
what is it?
A 2006 RAV4.
Dude, what the f*** are you doing? What is your future? What are you even trying to do? Because this doesn't make Clay. You've been on just like this treadmill forever. Trying to become this musician, trying to do all this stuff. You make like minimum wage, honestly, in LA minimum wage. Like, what are we even trying to get to? What is your plan here? What was your plan? Obviously, we know it's wrong.
Yeah, I want to have a family. I want to have a family. I want to get a dog, because then maybe I'll find a. My roommate actually takes care of dogs, and it's been a nice little surrogate thing.
Roommate.
Yeah, he's a dog sitter, and so we get tons of little surrogate babies that come through the house. And I'd like to be able to do that on my own without freaking out, because I can barely take care of myself, but I'm trying to get by so that's not as hard.
So you're just trying to get a family?
Yeah, I'd like a family, and I'd like to support them. Like, have my parents.
You're a joke! You're a joke.
Well, I make a lot of jokes.
No. First of all, no. Second of all, no. You're living life as a joke. You're not in your 20s anymore. You're not in the f***up period where you can just go doing anything and everything. This is times against you here. You're losing compound growth in the market. You're in an expensive city. Clearly, it has no demand for you, or else it would pay for it. You're a joke and you're a failure.
I mean, I feel like you haven't been chasing the dream. I feel like,
you don't think I've hit the dream?
Well, I mean, of music, the music dream of that.
Buddy, I made more money a month off of than you do when I was just out of college with music.
I mean, there's some...
That song you played, The Breaking Point? Well, actually, no, I didn't make any money off of that one. But the ones around that, I did.
That was... I'm glad we wanted to point it out. It was your song. It was a great song. But, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is composition. I found this thrilling vibe on it.
Buddy, you've been trying for a long time, so it's not working. And I'm good with you pursuing your passions and lots of hobbies. That doesn't mean that... do you ever miss bills? Like, what are we doing? I'm sure you're borrowing to pay bills, right?
The borrowing to take out, or the taking 30% from my income to pay for taxes doesn't even seem practical with the amount of bills that I've already
overloaded on myself. But you don't think you have to pay taxes when you earn money? Listen, you're in the bottom 50% of earners in this country, and the bottom 50% of earners pays literally 2% of all income taxes in the United States. You're not demanded for that much.
Well,
the rest of us are paying for you, and you're not even willing to contribute that?
Well, but the prop house, I have full taxes came out, and that's why I'd always use...
Yeah, W-2, but even still...
That one seems to work better because I just want to chase that dream. I just want to be the working guy.
Because, I mean, in your conversations with Lindsay, I mean, you were taking a lot of pride in being an artist who makes a living. But you don't make a living off of being an artist. You have a daytime job that pays double. I'm sorry, I'm not sure your dreams. I still want you to pursue it. I would love you to be successful in it. Just so far, it is not working. Like, you haven't hit there, and you've been doing it for a bit. When did you move to L.A.?
I grew up in L.A.
Okay, so you've had all the time in the world.
Yeah, I moved away for college, but then I came back because I got a chance to be a music person on a TV show, and that was the best paying job I've ever had.
Well, was it how long? I'm sure it was contractual though. So the show ended and you're done, right?
Yeah, it was three seasons on a children's show, but it was a very unique.
I would never allow you near children.
Oh, but I love them.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
I mean, they're so fun and friendly.
Stop it.
But yeah, you know, it was actually, that was the best paying, and that one wasn't even doing the composition. It was more of a production sided thing where I facilitated. I'd watch the kids and make sure that they were playing the right chords or that they were playing in time. I got to yell behind a director, and that just felt so good. But then there's not many shows like that anymore. Along with,
how are you even able to pay rent? Are you rent controlled?
Yeah, it's pretty rent controlled.
Okay, so for the sake of the 2% that refuse to go out there and actually work their ass off, i.e. this guy, the other 98% are stuck with their endlessly high housing costs to subsidize you.
Well, I'm also, donating sperm, which gives me $150 every time.
Oh, they're gonna be running around.
Hey, I'm not going to pass along my financial tendencies, but I want to pass along the energy and the good vibes. Plus, I mean, the way it's been going,
What do you make off a nut?
$150 each time.
Per nut?
Yes.
How often do we nut? Can you do that daily?
You have to wait 48 hours in between nuts.
Oh, you gotta save up?
You gotta save up, and you gotta be a good eater and drinker and not party. So it also
but you're always going to the clubs and stuff.
Well, it keeps me honest. A lot of the times the clubs and whatnot for that are to support my friends or to support the people that I'm with.
So you can do it 182 times a year. Well, do you get paid per?
Yeah, you get
140?
paid. You get
how much?
So the way the system works is you get paid 120. You get 120 each time, but then once you've done 10 submissions, they pay you $300 out.
And then you can't go back anymore?
No, and then you just restart the next batch.
Oh, $140 sounds like a retirement plan. Can I just go jack off? Almost $25,000 a year and nutting. Whoa! Hold on. I'm hard right now.
I mean, so am I.
What?
And it's it also, I mean, with the struggles, there's a part of me that thought, especially when I was reaching out to the debt relief program, that like the family dream might not ever happen.
Probably not. Who would date you?
This is a nice way to throw it into the mix. I like to think that there's a little bit of an essence that's existing out in the world.
Someone might seek you down later in life. We'll find out.
Oh yeah, you have to sign paperwork about that.
Saying what?
Well, they have a contractual thing that when they turn 18, they have the option to be able to know who you are, but you can also remain anonymous. But I did not remain anonymous. I wrote that I'd be happy for them to find me.
Yeah, because it's the only people who will ever love you. I get it. So, how much do you spend on a monthly basis? We know $3,500 comes in.
Well, my spending is a little crazy.
That's an interesting number.
Yeah, because it's so I believe it's around $20K.
That's ridiculous. No, that's that. What? How?
Because
no. By the way, it's 15. But even still, what the f are you talking about?
So, due to the amount of payments and different things that I have a little finagling that happens, which is one of my accounts was opened in a separate state. So,
hitting the table.
Yes, sir. When I open one of my accounts in the other state, so whenever I have one account that is overcharged, I have 48 hours to then replenish that account back to zero to stop from an overdraft fee or any other fee. So I can take from one of the other accounts, put it in there, overdraft, and then they bounce between.
Whoa. How long has the cycle been going?
Probably since the beginning of the year.
What? Just this year?
Well, no, that was incorrect. That was incorrect. Ever since the about November. I want to say November.
November. Something started this.
Yeah, I had a fall off. I fell off on some production, fell apart, and I didn't have a job. I lost my job. I was laid off from a previous thing.
That's why when you're just on the entrepreneurial gig, you should have a 12-month emergency fund.
Yeah, I had spent it all. I spent it all, and I want one.
On what?
I mean, it was just kind of just trying to live. I was living in Sherman Oaks.
I don't know what that means.
I was living in a fancy spot in LA. It was with someone that I cared about and was a spiritual leader of mine.
Cult?
Some call it that. Yeah, just someone who inspired and kind of helped me try to be rigorously honest.
Were they using you for your body?
My mind. They're using me for my mind. And
you never even told Lindsay about this. This is so rare that Lindsay says, I don't even know what he's talking about. This is impossible. Tell us more.
Yeah, I have a friend who, back when we went in, this is a long time coming, but back when we went into lockdown, I found myself in some precarious situations with different mental issues and dependencies and different things I was dealing with.
Oh, I see it.
And
keep going. Ladies and gentlemen, a financial audit. This is one of the most exciting moments in this channel's history. You know I've been working on building all these educational tools, our budgeting app, all this crazy stuff over this past year, because that is where my passion is. We finally did it, and now we put it all into one program called DollarWise Central. You get the premium version of my budgeting app. You get the cookbook mailed to you and signed by me. You get to learn about debt, investing, budgeting, real estate, basic beginner stuff in finance, all the way to the advanced stuff. Collaborated by experts with the lowest refund rate in the industry for a reason. And guess what? You can try DollarWise for free until September 1st. If you are struggling or you want to learn more or you want to change your life in any way whatsoever, like literal tens of thousands of people have done with our programs, go to dollarwise.com. Click that link below. Your life will change. It'll be incredible. And I am here for you with an incredible support team that you can reach at any time. This is a no-brainer. dollarwise.com. Let's go.
The only person that I knew who had dealt with similar things, I reached out, and he has since then become a confidant, a manager, a supporter, and someone that I kind of talked to earnestly and honestly about.
Moved in with.
Yes, not the best decision.
And he did not use your holds.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
There was a chance he wanted to.
Oh, see, I can smell this from
He's
here.
very in the poly. I'm not one of them, but
hold on, easy.
But he's
it's not a racist show.
Yeah, but very much. That's not my vibe. But yeah, he's a good human that I wanted to learn more and be more like. So he's a manager.
So what was wrong with the move-in though? If this equated to all this, what the?
I was working for YouTube and Google at the time as a stage manager for their former YouTube space. No, for their productions. There was a brief moment where they tried to do their own originals.
Yes, I thought that was a long time ago.
It was like 2 years ago. And then I basically was hired as a part of that. They started to cut down on their own production, saying wonderful creators can handle it on their own. And they kept us around for about a year just in case, and then they completely laid off all of the people in that kind of area and world. It's cool to go to the Howard Hughes hangar every day and get the Google facilities, but I was never a Googler. I was just
why was it bad to live with this person?
Because it was too expensive. It was too expensive.
That's it? Okay, you really loaded the fact that living with him was bad or something. So I gotcha.
He also had lived by himself for 7 years, so he was not used to having roommates.
So
it's I became the dish man, and the dish man, the cleaner.
You were his little boy.
I was the little boy.
Well, you look like everyone's little boy. Yes, we got it.
I mean, if you want one, I'm here.
Nope, absolutely not. Okay. I will kill myself. And what was your rent?
It was $2,400 a month.
Yours?
Yeah, that one was crazy.
No. Your cut was $2,400.
Oh, my cut. The rent for the place was $2,400, and then I paid $1,400.
Oh, even still, that's crazy. That is,
and that was before utilities. Yeah.
And was your income the same at that time?
When I was working at Google, so there was about a year of when I was living there, and I didn't have the job. But when I was working at Google, it was $76K a year was my salary.
And then they just closed it down.
And then they just shut down all of the vendors that were associated with that.
That happens.
Yeah. And I didn't have an emergency fund at the time, and tried to figure out my
when that just equals going into debt forever.
It was a problem.
That's what you started.
It was
it was only since November?
Yeah, I looked
Were your finances good before that?
No. There was a lot of thinking, Future Ivory will deal with this. This is a Future Ivory problem.
Oh, that is what we named you. That is a weird name. Yeah. That didn't even sound right.
Oh.
No. Okay. So paying bills today is literally just transferring it onto other things then?
It's finding the means of donating mixed with other jobs.
Just not. You don't do blood plasma?
No, I haven't. I applied for plasma about 2 years ago, and I didn't get it. I was drinking at that time, and I don't drink now. But maybe I should try again. But it's working the day job.
Try drinking again, or?
Oh yeah, try donating plasma and applying for that again. But yeah, the day job, the prop house mixed with the good gigs. We did reference the $30 gigs, but there's a lot of 700, 900 travel gigs. I was actually here about 2 months ago with some shows at South by Southwest and stuff. And those ones really do help out with rent. And
okay, so... Oh, yeah, dude.
And yeah, so that was,
okay.
It was just the Arizona bank hack where I was, because I opened the account in Arizona, and then I had mine one in California, and then when I would try to make these things happen, I mean, you called it, but it's the swap between the two until I found a job or something to bring me back to zero. So I get a charge for $300, I go to negative $250, and then I have to bounce that between the two until I can find a job, whether it's donating, whether it's working at a crazy out-of-town thing, or selling my body in musically.
Oof. Oh, you're a tough one to be around.
You sound just like my father.
Yeah. He's never coming back. I promise you. And an Austin Powers reference. The quirky millennial. To me, man. Dude, you are. Oh my gosh. Okay, what do you think your financial score is? 0 to 10, 0 being the worst, 10 being the best?
I'm going to say a 1, just because we didn't talk...
Why are you so excited about this? You just had to say 1. If you want to see where you stand in the world of finances, take the financial score assessment at calebhammer.com or dollarwise.com. And if you don't want to end up like a guest who comes on the show, make sure you download the Dollarwise budgeting app today. If you can ruin my plug, I will murder you. I will end your entire life. I will make sure that there is no chance you even make it to the airport after this, you dumb little... If you don't want to be like a dumb, download the Dollarwise budgeting app. Take the free trial. Sign up for the annual version. You get your budgeting cookbook signed by me, mailed directly to you. Sign up for Dollarwise Central if you want all of our education bundled with it for 80% off. Dollarwise.com.
Sounds like a deal. I'm holding it back. I'm not playing any songs. They're in me. You can hear them if you think hard enough, but I'm not playing them. I want to make it to the airport.
Oh, yeah, buddy. I don't even know, man. Oh, I just, I'm a band kid. That's what I did. And, wow, I don't like performative mother such as yourself. I'll tell you that. $1,500 on miscellaneous bullshit in the last month. $1,500. What's your rent? Because you couldn't do a $1,400 rent payment.
It's $800 now. $800.
Okay, then why the f*** are you spending $1,500 on miscellaneous bullshit?
Well, the 800 it's all cash. The way I work it out with my person is it's 800 cash.
No. You actual... Well, come on, don't be a dumb... Don't be stupid, don't be a moron. You couldn't afford a $1,400 rent payment, so you downgraded. Now why the f*** in the last month are you spending $1,500 on miscellaneous bullshit?
You know, it's the only way I know how to find joy in myself.
You just said the only way you could find joy was going out. I said taking the low-paying gigs.
I said the 2 ways. Those are the two.
Choose one. You can spend on miscellaneous bullshit if you actually go make some money by providing value to society. Or you can cut all your dumb and go out and make no money doing your hobbies. Choose.
I want to make the music.
Good, then cut the dumb behavior. No more bullshit. I don't give a
It's the only way I know how to feel good,
what?
though.
You just said the performance was. No, I told you. Don't you damn dare. I said no. I will break it next time. If you think that's a joke, I don't even care if I get any criticism for it. I will smash this on there. I will do it. And unfortunately, it looks a little old, so I hope it doesn't mean anything. But if you can even try to play something, I'm going to destroy it.
All right.
And that's not a... I'm not joking. Give me this. Okay, what is a Moby loan?
A mobile loan, it was one of the loans that I got from a letter. When I applied on...
No, it came in via mail?
Yeah, it came in via mail. I had applied for some other options.
73.7% to 405%!
It's a...
What is this?
Yeah, it's a nightmare cash advance. It was after I got shut down from everything.
We need to shut you down, buddy. What the f is this? You have one that you... Oh, what do you...
If I pay it off immediately, it's 32.
You owe 3,200 right now.
But then yeah, it's also...
I know it goes up, obviously.
Way up.
But there's no chance of you affording 3,200. It's 100% interest. What is your minimum monthly? No, it's a 210. 210 is your average outrate.
And that's every 2 weeks.
No. I'm talking about the interest rate. What's your minimum monthly payment?
About 4.
If you pay it off with minimums, then no way you can't do anything more than minimums.
I mean, that was the one place I was debating taking out from the retirement to just hit that in one fell swoop.
But it doesn't make any sense because you'll just do it again because that's all you do because you never fix your behavior that got here in the first place. Buddy, how much is your minimum monthly?
It's $420.
That's your monthly?
Yeah. It's 2 payments of $210 every 2 weeks that match my pay cycle.
This thing, what kind of... Okay, when did you borrow this and for... So I know it was a part of that whole thing, but what did you use it for specifically?
I had other things. I used it to pay off other loans. I had other loans kind of default on my account when I lost some jobs and we were cut back on our work. So I went extra negative in all of the accounts, and my tricks that had worked in the past did not work.
What tricks worked? The transferring back and forth over and over?
Yeah, the transferring back and forth had happened, and my family doesn't support financially, so because of that, I tried to find a way that I could handle it myself. Felt like
good. I'm glad they don't enable you. Why would they enable such bullshit behavior and immaturity? Why would they? You think they should? You.
No, I wouldn't. They, I love my family dearly, and they'll give me food and they'll give me shelter if I ask for it. But I don't want to burden them with this. I want to be like just like how I want a family. I don't want them to have to worry.
Buddy, in what world could you possibly take care of a family?
A good, like, Lord of the Rings kind of world, where we're just, like, giving bread and...
You're obnoxious. Oh, you might be... There's a few... Well, it happens once a quarter. Once a quarter. Not that I'm everyone's biggest fan, but once a quarter I meet someone who I think is... The guy I've hated the most in the history of this show. I don't think I like you. I don't think I like you.
I like you.
I don't think I like you. You're annoying. Your personality, your existence is bad. Your existence is bad. Oh, I'm going to be a piece of shit this episode because I do not like you and I am incapable of hiding my emotions. I'm incapable. It is one of my biggest flaws. One of my biggest flaws by far. Okay, and then you were denied by Upstart for serial delinquency?
I already had one loan with them, so I had applied for a second one. Mm-hmm. And yeah, when the mobile loans came through, that was to fight the serial delinquency because I couldn't make 2 payments that I was struggling with.
Okay. Have you been making your payments on this?
Yes.
Really? How?
I mean, working the 8 to 5 and then getting up early and donating and then playing whatever shows.
You're doing morning nuts!
Morning nuts. They open at 7 a.m.
I'm more of an evening nut. It's okay. I don't know if I could pull it off myself now that I'm 30, unfortunately.
All the jizz works, whenever, wherever.
Well, that's not true. That's not true at all.
It's true. 48 hours. You got to wait that and drink plenty of water.
True. Okay. Okay, so do you go every 48?
Not every week, especially because...
Why, though? If you're willing to do it, why not take full advantage?
Just because when I have the good-paying shows that come in, the 300 to 700 types, that'll keep me out until about 12 or 1 a.m.
Good. Wake up and nut.
It's, then the nut's not as pure.
Doesn't matter. They give you the money.
That is... I'll consider that.
I just need you to make money because this is insane, buddy. This is insane. We're talking $25,000 a year just to literally jack off. And that's my passion.
It's a decent passion.
Okay, I have Empower/Tilt.
Yeah, they just switched over to the name Tilt from Empower, but it is a banking app that basically links with your bank account, watches what you get paid regularly, and then will cash advance you towards your paycheck.
Crazy. This is crazy. That's why I advocate for the Fizz card, because it only lets you spend what's in your checking account. So it's basically a debit card that builds credit. That's what I advocate for. This is madness. This is madness. And you owe $309, repaid $0. Shocker. Oh, but you have to pay the full thing.
Yes, you pay. They give you $300, and then you pay back $309.
What a deal. Okay, so when do you have to pay it back? Oh, so it happens every month. That you have to pay, and what happens if you don't? Do you?
Yeah, it happens every month, and it really happens actually every 2 weeks.
So they just have unlimited money. They just get unlimited $18 from you forever. You're on a subscription to them forever, because the moment you pay this back, you need it.
Yeah, and then
oh my goodness. Oh, can someone please take my morals away from me so I can just start one of these companies? Because this is incredible money. Incredible money for nothing.
Yeah, it tracks itself or markets as a way to track your spending and to work with how to see where it's going, and it actually does the breakdowns, and that's where I got my general ideas of what was happening, because a lot of those on that list are in a similar vein.
Dude, I don't even know, man. Yeah, and I'm being told you figured out how to scam the AI assistant to get more time to pay things off?
Yeah, well, all of them basically use AI assistants for whenever you need support or whatnot. So on one of the previous times when I did have a hard time to make that payment or to get it taken care of, I went in and asked for an extension. And then I found out that if you say that you can't make it in the next 2 weeks, the AI assistant basically says, all right, when can you make it? And it'll give you about a month. So I've done that a handful of times, where I try to just extend the time, so instead of $18 of profit going to them, it's $9 of profit.
Dude, I don't know, man. And you think you're doing something good? You think you're making progress? You think you're being effective in life with that? All the time and energy you spend on that, buddy, it's just like, what is your hourly at this 8 to 5?
$20 an hour.
Do you have a degree?
Yes. Jazz, piano performance, and a business minor.
As someone who went... What? Business minor? Well, shocker. As someone who went to school for a relatively similar thing, what a worthless degree. But you can leverage... You could take the fact that you had a degree, became a well-rounded student, and graduated, get some work experience, leverage that into a career position at some point. You decided not to, clearly.
That was never an option in my brain. It seemed kind of just like chasing the dream and following. I've been a yes man to whatever project comes towards me. I've had a lot of friends blow up and go off to bigger, better careers with their performance, whether it be
what?
Like one of the things I worked with a lot was playing music behind Dungeons and Dragons games, and a lot of those people now are working on big networks as D&D players or game show contestants, things of that nature. And hoping, I'd hope for that to be something, to be a piano player at one of those fun kind of live show networks.
Play Breaking Point again.
I added some chords on the end because I didn't memorize the whole thing. I just memorized that motif.
You certainly did. So all your friends became successful, and now the thing you've done at the highlight of your career is play a song that someone else wrote while they were in college for a student project poorly on their own show.
I thought it was beautiful.
Well done. Maybe it's time to go into a career.
There's a lot of music careers. You can make really bad music.
Or you can go do a career. Work in a call center, man. It's more effective.
Yeah, you had asked earlier about things to pursue other options, and the biggest one that also kind of pertains was going back to school for music therapy.
You know where your money goes? I just learned. Smuggling in illegal cigarettes into California.
Yeah, they made menthol cigarettes illegal about 1.5 years ago. They lumped them in with the flavored vapes that the kids smoke, and that's the one last thing that I have on my vices.
Your bank might not be your friend. I see so many people on financial audit get stuck in vicious cycles of paying off late fees, overdraft fees, and interest from their own bank, which is why I'm excited about Current. Current isn't a bank, it's better. With Current, your money actually works for you. Qualifying members can get up to $750 with Paycheck Advance. Fee-free overdraft covers when you accidentally go a little over. And you can use the Build card to actually grow your credit. No credit check, no interest. Earn up to 4% APY in savings pods and access 40,000 plus ATMs without fees. And get 24/7 live support. It's not just banking, it's banking that actually has your back. Join millions choosing better banking. Go to current.com/hammer and use code Caleb50 to get $50. Start building, saving, and breathing easy. See their website for terms and conditions. The thing is, that is the third time you've used essentially the similar excuse. For smoking, for continuing your evening low-paying music, and for going in miscellaneous bullshit. It's basically the third thing. It's like, it's the last thing I have. It's the one thing I have. There's nothing else I have. Pick something, buddy.
Yeah, living day by day, trying to take it each day by day, has just been hard to kind of see farther than that, especially with the debts that have been.
Are you at a pack a day?
I'm a little bit less. A
little bit less than a pack.
About 16 a day.
That's insanity. Do you not know how insanity that is? That is disgusting.
It makes me.
And horrible.
I mean, it seems like less years where I don't have to file extensions.
That is true. Less years that I have to allow you on the follow-up channel. That is true. So that's essentially, yeah, it's $17.50. Pack of cigarettes, $17.50.
Canada is in this very weird position right now where we're stuck in the middle of a war. Even though Canada is in the middle of a trade war with America, there's this massive shift because of radical liberals in the country that are trying to rely less on America and rely more on places like Europe. And weirdly enough, China. Like, China is getting ready for war with not just NATO, but with America. China, Russia, and North Korea have just displayed the largest military parade that the world has ever seen. And it's never been clearer that there's a big shift happening. We all have been anticipating World War III, whether some people want to call it we're actually in World War III or whether we're getting ready for World War III. The reality is that it's inevitable, and Canada is stuck in the middle. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. You see, I'm a proud Canadian. I was in the military for the greater part of 9 years, born and raised in Canada, but I also love America and Americans. I've worked with a lot of Americans in the military, and it breaks my heart that the Canadian government is treating America and Americans like absolute crap. You even have politicians literally taking Vinny whiskey and pouring it out live on camera because they're going to America. Canada's identity is, weirdly enough, whether you like it or not, it is proud to not be American. You never see, you're seeing this more clearly now than ever. So when inevitably China launches a war against America, where is Canada going to be? And that's what we're taking a look at today. So welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, I do really want to encourage you all to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't yet already. It does really help grow the channel. This is a very, very scary topic because Canada is essentially defenseless. We've been relying on America for our entire existence. We don't have anything to offer, and everything that we do have to offer, which is very little, has already been sent to Ukraine. So we've got 5 people, maybe 10 troops here on Canadian soil and a couple Nerf guns, and that's about it. Now, in terms of instead of attacking but defending, Canada has nothing, which is why you see President Trump say things like, well, Canada has to contribute to the Golden Dome.
In Huntsville, Spacecom will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you know. That's going to be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it. Missile Defense Shield, we're going to be having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. The finest, the best. And by the way, Canada called. They want to be a part of it, and that'll be great. But Canada wants very much to be included in that, and we're going to work something out with them, I hope.
And that is very, very important that this does happen. But it doesn't just end there, because this war might actually start before we even do one thing in terms of the Golden Dome. So if and when this actually happens, where is Canada's allegiance going to be? Well, we have to now look at the actual threat, because it's not just me saying it, it's not my opinion, it's the actual news.
Hello, I'm Lucy Hawkins. Good to have you with us on BBC News Now. Let's take you back to our top story this hour to China. They have held a massive military parade in Beijing, the biggest ever, unveiling what appears to be a new arsenal of high-tech weapons, celebrating the end of the Second World War in Asia. Our China correspondent, Steve McDonald, has the latest for us.
So the parade is over here, and we are seeing traffic return to the streets of Beijing. It's not as busy as a normal working day yet, but the city's starting to get back to normal. And now it's a time to reflect on what this was all about. Now, naturally, it was a parade to mark the end of World War II in Asia. The Chinese government has also used it to show off its latest military kit. We've seen jets, helicopters, tanks, armoured cars, underwater drones, lasers, intercontinental ballistic missiles. For this reason, some have questioned the event and said, really, should we be worried that this country might start using these weapons as it flexes its muscles on the world stage? Xi Jinping would say, no, you shouldn't be worried, because this is actually peace through strength. Well, that's his argument anyway. Then there's the political aspect of this. China's leader, with these other world leaders, including the likes of Kim Jong-un from North Korea.
That right there is a scary freaking photo. All of these people in this frame hate America, hate Western culture, and they pretty much hate Trump. It was no more than a couple of weeks ago where Putin, right beside Xi Jinping, was in America, on American soil, in American assets, in American buildings, and in the beast, or the armored limousine that Trump has sitting right next to Air Force One. This is incredible, because if these people had an analysis or data that showed that if they were to strike the other part of the world, because if we look at it as the good guys versus the bad guys, and if we classify us here in the West as the good guys and these people here on the screen as the bad guys, if the bad guys have data to show that they are likely to win a world war, I can almost guarantee you that they will initiate that action, because nothing would please these people more than to eradicate Western culture and the West in its entirety.
And Vladimir Putin from Russia, now, he's accused of being a war criminal after invading Ukraine, and yet there they all are. It's a kind of challenge to the West, saying we don't care about just sanctions, we can gather like this. And the argument would be that the West's influence is in decline because of the collapse of the leadership of the United States under Donald Trump. The US is going it alone, it's putting tariffs on its allies. Here's Xi Jinping with a message of stability. You can rely on this country, and maybe it would be appealing to other countries. And yet others would say that really what Xi Jinping is doing is offering support to other authoritarian leaders. They might not mind, though. There they all are up on Tiananmen Gate, watching the parade going through. And yet some in China have also questioned, is this how their country should be portrayed to the rest of the world? Military parades in this day and age? Isn't it something out of the Cold War? What about the new China, the China of ideas? Whatever happened to that? And yet others, of course, especially those with a bit more of a nationalist bent, might love it. They might think, you know, people used to walk all over us. Now China fears no one, and look at all that equipment. Of course, for the Chinese government, if the worst from all of this is that others would fear them, maybe they'd take that, because one of the key messages from today is that you can't push China around anymore.
Steve McDonald there, and that is what they are really showing on display in full force, is you can't push China around. You have Trump trying to negotiate tariffs and trade wars with China and their allies, and it's not really working. In fact, a lot of attacks that either Trump does, America does against China, Canada tries to follow suit, such as the electric vehicle ban for Chinese EVs in North America, because we would view that as spying on the West, which very well could be the truth. And so in retaliation, China has decimated our farmers. So now Canada's stuck in a weird place because we can't go to the United States for help. We're in a trade war. We're not on very good terms with them. We can't go to China for help because we just pissed them off doing what America is also doing. So where does that leave us? We're not the 50th state. We're on the way to bankruptcy. We're not compliant with America. Definitely not compliant with China. So that's where the government is heading more in that direction, is compliant with China. And so Trump is now, in America, is now in this position where they have to make moves, start acquiring more land. They're trying his best. Trump is doing his absolute best right now to try to acquire Canada. He's got a lot of people that are on board with that, myself included. But it's not just Canada that he's after. He's also after Greenland. As per this article that we likely have all seen, dated a few months back, where Trump renews threat of military force to annex Greenland. I don't rule it out, he told NBC in an interview that aired a few months ago. I don't say I'm going to do it, but I won't rule out anything. We need Greenland very badly. Greenland is a very small amount of people, which we will take very good care of. We will cherish them and all of that. But we need that for international security, which, I mean, somebody who's in the military understands that military mindset. It makes absolute sense. But Trump faces a bunch of roadblocks. He faces some social pressure, he faces media pressure, media attacks, he faces a lot of backlash from the tariffs. A lot of other countries have been retaliating. And then also internally in America, a lot of judges and courts are trying to basically stand up and reverse his tariffs, which I don't think will actually happen, but you never know. And then CNN, well, what they have to say in their childish manner is as follows.
What if, as a federal appeals court recently ruled, what if most of President Trump's tariffs are based on a misreading of the law and are unconstitutional? What if the U.S. Supreme Court upholds that ruling? What if the U.S. Treasury then has to refund more than $200 billion to businesses that paid those tariffs? Here are President Trump's rather dire answers both yesterday and today.
If you took away tariffs, we could end up being a third world country. If we don't win that case, our country is going to suffer still greatly.
Sounds bad. CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich is at the Magic Wall. Vanessa, what kind of a potential mess might we be looking at here?
Yeah, Jake, it's very messy because we've never had tariffs at this scale, and we've never talked about a refund check totaling more than $210 billion. This is the amount that the U.S. government has collected through August 24th from tariffs. And a reminder to folks out there, who's paying this? This is U.S. businesses that have paid this much money because of the Trump administration's tariffs. Now, where do we stand exactly? So on Friday, there was an appeals court that ruled that Trump's tariffs were unlawful because he was using the Powers Act, Emergency Powers Act, also known as IEPA, and the judge essentially said that's unlawful. So the Trump administration now is planning to appeal that with the Supreme Court. However, if they're not successful, Jake, the ruling goes into effect on October 14th, which means that the U.S. government is going to have to stop collecting tariffs and pay back all of that money to U.S. businesses. How does that happen? Well, no one really knows, but here are some guesses from experts. The government could either just refund all the tariffs to those U.S. businesses and import.
Not going to happen. America needs that money, especially with the rising threat of national security, with trading partners like Canada not complying. America absolutely needs that money to reinvest into the military and pay off the debt. So it's just not going to happen. Absolutely not. But I'll entertain this.
Who have paid them. they could argue that they're only going to refund the tariffs to the plaintiffs that were on that ruling on Friday. And that's just a few. That's not a lot of businesses. Or they could require, the federal government could require individual importers or individual businesses to request refunds. Jake, we're talking about thousands of businesses that would have to make those requests. That would surely take a lot of time and could be quite confusing for businesses who are just trying to do the math on how much they have paid so far.
And Vanessa, while this is all going on, we're going to get a lot of information about the job market this week. Today we got the first part of this data. What does it say?
We got the JOLTS report earlier today, and that talks about openings, hirings, and separations, layoffs, or firings. What we saw in this new report this morning was a little bit different than what we've been seeing. We saw now that there are fewer jobs available, so about less than one job per job seeker. You see the numbers right there. Jobs open, 7.18 million. Those looking for a job, those unemployed, 7.2 million. So now the job seeker no longer has the upper hand as they had in the pandemic. And that is really a softening of the labor market, which really supports what we saw in the July jobs report when we saw a really meager 73,000 jobs added in the month of July. President Trump was really upset by that, and he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because of that. Where are the jobs openings increasing? Where are they decreasing, Jake? Well, healthcare and social assistance. This is a category that has seen a lot of robust hiring. A reversal here, fewer jobs opening in that category.
So let me illustrate. CNN, which is supposed to be a pro-American station, is anti-American and ignoring the fact that America is making more money than ever off of these tariffs and that much closer to clearing off the debt. I don't know what it is with CNN, but they just absolutely hate America. There's a real threat right now, and the threat is the extreme side of the border between Russia and Ukraine. It's time now to band together, especially Canada, working and complying with America to face the real threats. It's not each other, it's the other countries. And the only way that the West is going to win is by working together. That's the video, folks. I'd love to know where you guys stand on this. Do you want to see the West win, or do you want to see the East win? Looking forward to reading through the comments. As always, if you enjoyed the video, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next one. I think I'm coming to terms with it. I truly believe that I'm a bit of an American at heart. I am born and raised in Canada. I was in the Canadian military, yet I have little to no real, patriotism. I'm not happy being in Canada, right? Yeah, I love this land. I like the people. I love the people. I don't like our political system. It's disgusting what's happening. It's actually a form of torture, a form of abuse. And what are we doing about it? I mean, we just went through 10 years of this abuse, and then more than half the country voted the abuse back in. It's like some weird-ass Stockholm syndrome, and we're seeing it in real time. It's quite literally borderline retardation. I don't know how else to say it. Canada has a beautiful pipeline for oil and gas. Mwah, chef's kiss. And it's so good. We could be one of the richest countries in the world if we use it properly. And our pipeline right now, even though it runs perfectly, it's amazing. It's not fully optimized. Now, every now and then, there might be a couple little hiccups, but for the most part, it runs at